with all the love in the world, because we all have our faults, he said, like, what does Dan Hurley have? I said, what do you mean? Oh, you mean like what's going on in his head, like a mental condition? And like this buddy of mine who understands sports pretty well says, oh, yeah, there's something going on there, as there are with a lot of coaches. But whether you've coached, whether you've seen your son or daughter or grandson or granddaughter, niece, nephew, whatever be coached, you know, you look at Dan Hurley and, man, he's got neutral or park and overdrive. It doesn't seem like there's a first, second, or third gear. But you love him, don't you? He's. I say this with all the love in the world, but he's the kind of, he comes over as some of the people we know, right? The good kind of crazy, right? like, man, he's good. And we work with people like that, too. All of us do. But it's just to the point of where they're not on national TV.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Probably another 10 minutes or so before they finally clear that construction northbound in Stamford at exit 6 on 95. Meantime, the right lane is out. Southbound for speed limit on the turnpike, also on the Merritt Parkway too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Progressive knows that boat days can come with unexpected problems.
Dang, I forgot the wakeboard. How am I supposed to enjoy myself without my favorite water activity? I mean, sure, we could still go tubing, fishing, or even just relax on a floaty, but without the wakeboard, what's the point?
If a real problem comes along, your boat's protected 24/7 with Progressive, so you can keep worrying about boater problems. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, not available in D.C.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
Mr. Rogers said, look for the helpers. You can always find people who are helping. Thank you to all the first responders who put their lives in danger to help us when my brothers and sisters and mom and dad and grandpa and grandma need them.
Thank you, first responders.
This is what I signed up for as a first responder. I am constantly worried about being exposed to this virus and potentially bringing it back to my home and my family. I'm going to continue going to work day in and day out and providing help to those that need it.
We look out for the helpers because they look out for us.
Thank you, first responders. Thank you, first responders.
Thank you, first responders. Love you. Mwah.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another. Thanks.
Learn how you can help first responders in your community by texting BRAVE to 24365.
Donors choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? Let's do the math. That comes out to over $1.2 billion a year. And that's just not right. At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Here's what you can do. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, history, and more. Once a request is funded, we'll take care of shipping everything directly to the teacher. It's that easy. You'll receive thank you letters and photos from students and teachers and a report of how every dollar was spent. Teachers' needs have never been greater. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
Today, 1 in 5 working-age Americans has a mental health condition.
People in all types of jobs and at all levels.
And the key to helping us succeed is a supportive and inclusive workplace.
All of us have a role to play in making that happen.
So what can I do to help?
As a CEO, I can set the tone for supportive culture.
As a manager, I can offer assistance and accommodations.
As a coworker, I can listen and be a source of support to my colleagues.
As someone with a mental health condition, I can ask for what I need to perform my best.
I can offer all employees the supports they need to deliver on the job, for the team
and for the business.
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do?
I can remind others
that we all benefit from workplaces that promote good mental health.
Mental health-friendly workplaces are more important than ever.
And all of us have a role to play in promoting them.
Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
When a student lacks some of the most basic needs,
like food, clothing, and school supplies,
it can be challenging to even attend school.
It can be hard to study, tough to concentrate, impossible to thrive.
At Communities in Schools, we address this issue every day.
Out in the community, there are great resources for students, and we bring these resources directly to the students who need them most.
We work to ensure that they have everything they need to re-engage in learning in the classroom and at home,
including access to technology, learning materials,
and even emotional support.
By forging caring relationships with students and bringing communities of support to them,
our staff works to achieve equitable learning conditions so all kids can succeed in school and in life. And that's what Communities in Schools is all about.
To learn more, visit communitiesinschools.org.
WICC. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. Hours to go until his 8 p.m. Eastern deadline, and President Trump is not backing off threats to blow up power plants and bridges in Iran if it doesn't reopen the Strait of Hormuz. He's brushing off questions over whether attacks would constitute war crimes.
They would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. We've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing.
Iranian leaders are calling on young people to form human chains around power plants today to protect them. Correspondent Weijia Jiang from the White House.
President Trump criticized NATO once again for refusing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz, a topic that will surely come up when the alliance's Secretary General comes to the White House to meet with Trump on Wednesday.
Fuel prices keep climbing. The average for a gallon of regular gas today up 2 cents to $4.14 a gallon. Oil's higher, too.
I'm Vicki Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. That global indicator Brent crude climbed to $111 per barrel in early trading this morning, while West Texas Intermediate, the main benchmark for oil pricing in the U.S., topped $115, its highest level in a month. Investors and traders increasingly uneasy over Donald Trump's latest threat to bomb Iran if the Strait of Hormuz isn't reopened.
The president has spoken to the 4-person U.S. crew that made history by looping the far side of the moon.
The 4 brave astronauts of Artemis II are you really are modern day pioneers, all of you.
They're on their way home now after going farther into space than any human has gone before. CBS's Peter King.
This is expected to be an easier day for the crew. The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members. They're also supposed to make a mid-course correction, although the flight path out was so good some of those planned rocket firings weren't needed.
In Budapest, fanfare for Vice President Vance and his wife, Usha, as they stepped off a plane in the Hungarian capital to meet with Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of Sunday's parliamentary elections. Before he left the U.S., Vance explained,
I'm looking forward to seeing my good friend Viktor, and, we'll talk about any number of things related to the U.S.-Hungary relationship.
Orban is facing the most serious challenge to his 16-year rule. They're partying like it's 1989 in Ann Arbor.
Hail to Michigan! For the first time in 37 years, the Wolverines win the national title.
They beat UConn 69-63 on TBS. This is CBS News.
What is going on?
What's going on here?
How is this possible?
Great storytelling starts here.
Oh, come on.
Why?
It's time for 60 Minutes.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This afternoon, the governor will hold a news conference to discuss his proposal to expand Connecticut's R&D tax credit for small businesses that are investing in innovation. The proposal will enhance an existing state program that encourages businesses to select Connecticut as the location to develop new and improved products, processes, and technologies while supporting the creation of good-paying jobs in growing sectors of the economy. It's currently under consideration by the General Assembly and is included in Section 5 of Senate Bill 84. The Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station issued a warning yesterday that tick activity is on the rise this year. Despite the snow and freezing temperatures of the past winter, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the CAES says that the tick population has remained unaffected.
Ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures.
The CAES is reporting higher than average amounts of deer ticks being submitted for testing, many of which have been confirmed to carry Lyme disease. Connecticut's also home to 3 invasive species, the Lone Star tick, Gulf Coast tick, and Longhorn tick, all of which can carry a variety of pathogens. Police have released video of a fatal shooting in Stratford this past Saturday. The video was captured from a neighbor's doorbell camera and shows a person getting into the driver's side of an SUV on Woodstock Avenue. Multiple gunshots can be heard before the person enters the SUV. The shooting resulted in the death of Paul Balzerano. Investigators say they've conducted 5 search warrants in connection to the case, but have not announced any arrests yet. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, thank you. Sponsored by the Connecticut Lottery. Now, play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
This is 84 westbound in Newtown between exits 14 and 11. We have an overturned tracked trailer. Left and center lanes are closed. 84 westbound in Newtown. Southbound on the Turnpike and on the Merritt Parkway. Speed limit ride this morning. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes. On WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If you're looking for a great price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire, where you always get the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires. But it doesn't end there, because Town Fair Tire gives you free services for the life of your Falcon tires. More free services than any other tire dealer. That's why we say nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal, and I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help, with those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
Need roofing, vinyl siding, gutters, or chimney repairs? Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local roofing expert since 1972. From cracked shingles to leaky chimneys, our certified technicians handle it all. We don't just install, we fortify your home for decades of protection. And right now, you can get zero interest, zero payments for 24 months. Call today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, hey there, and how are you? 608, 609. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the Morning right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online, voiceofct.com. Our look around the region begins in Hartford, where lawmakers are calling for more oversight of homeschooling families after the death of an Enfield girl. It was the third incident involving a homeschool student in the state in just over a year. In all three instances, a family member has been charged in the case. A bill in the State House aims to require homeschooling families to prove they're actually providing an education to kids on par with what they would get in a public school. Homeschooling families pushing back against the bill, saying the reforms are needed at the Department of Children and Families and not with the state's homeschooling program. Governor Ned Lamont is withdrawing one of his nominees for a judgeship. He's pulling the nomination of John Shaban, who faced scrutiny during a committee hearing over a previous arrest for disturbing the peace. Shaban was also questioned about practicing law in New York after allowing his license to expire. Lamont had endorsed Shaban as one of 14 candidates for Superior Court judgeships that are being vetted by the state legislature. The Judiciary Committee postponed a vote on the nominees last week after questioning two of the 14 candidates, including Shaban, took longer than expected. A 19-year-old facing charges for recording women in bathrooms at Wesleyan University. Samuel Schumann of Brooklyn being accused of secretly recording at least 19 victims. Police issuing a warrant for Schumann's arrest February 6th, but it took them 2 months to track him down. He eventually turned himself in. He's expected to appear in court to formally face those charges later on today. An elderly man is dead after being hit by a vehicle in a parking lot. Officials say 75-year-old James Bansmer was hit outside of a Napa Auto Parts store on High Street in East Hampton. He was found unresponsive without a pulse, taken to a hospital in Marlborough, pronounced dead there. The driver of the vehicle stayed at the scene. The incident is under investigation. In Hamden, a man is dead after an apparent fall at a state park. This taking place yesterday afternoon at Sleeping Giant State Park. The 23-year-old victim died at the scene. It's believed to be an accident. Protesters at Southern Connecticut State University are rallying against ICE. Protesters gathering to rally yesterday against ICE outside Bully Library after ICE detained a nursing student from Ecuador in Middletown on March the 31st. The Department of Homeland Security says the woman in question entered the U.S. illegally in 2021 under a tourist visa that allowed her to stay here for 6 months in the U.S. and no longer. 2 drivers injured following a crash in East Haven. The head-on collision taking place yesterday afternoon near Grannis Street and North High Street. Both drivers extricated from the vehicles taken to hospitals with serious but non-life-threatening injuries. Meantime, we have for you 2 New York men facing charges in Connecticut for a thermostat rebate scheme. Tayon Thomas and Daoud Gauze-Signisis are accused of using fake names to order thermostats through a rebate program and stealing them when they were delivered to homes in Fairfield. Police say they got 7 packages with 14 Google Nest thermostats inside. Total value on this, about $4,000. Both men facing larceny and conspiracy charges, while Thomas was also charged with criminal impersonation and trespassing, both released on a promise to appear in court later on. A judge declaring a mistrial in a murder case dating back to 1986. Mark Caroon was accused of killing 11-year-old Kathy Flynn, and the prosecution planned to rest their case today, Tuesday. Instead, the judge in the case granting the defense motion for a mistrial before the jury entered the courtroom over a claim of possible evidence contamination. It's not a dismissal of the case, but the judge felt like he didn't have a choice in the matter. A retrial status conference is set for the 1st of September in that case. As we continue at 6:15 here, Paul and for Melissa on WICC. Police releasing video of a fatal shooting in Stratford on Saturday. Video captured from a neighbor's doorbell camera showing a person getting into the driver's side of an SUV on Woodstock Avenue. Multiple gunshots can then be heard before the person enters the SUV. The shooting resulted in the death of Paul Balzerano. Investigators say they've conducted 5 search warrants in connection with the case, but they've not announced any arrests just yet. And it is all over for the UConn Huskies. UConn, the men losing in the national championship game for the first time in school history when they got to a final. Michigan taking down the Huskies in a physical game Monday night in Indianapolis, 69-63. Third national championship appearance for UConn in the past 4 years, and the first time in 7 national championship games the school actually lost a title game. Head coach Dan Hurley and forward Alex Caravan were part of all 3 of the history-making teams. It was the last game of Caravan's college career as he finishes as a 2-time NCAA champion, number 6 in the UConn all-time scoring list, and the winningest player overall by wins and losses in school history. So there you have it. You're looking around the region. And right here, Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning. Let's get it up and underway, shall we? At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A lot to talk about this morning. Got a few guests coming up, and whatever is on your minds. We've got a little business to do, traffic and weather together. All that right here, right now. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow going southbound Bridgeport Fairfield on the Turnpike. Late running construction northbound on Stanford, heavy out of Greenwich into exit 6. Some delays southbound in Trumbull on the Parkway. And westbound exit 1184 overturned tractor trailer with a huge backup there. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com. Shelton's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Hey, how is everybody today, this morning? We doing okay? What is it? Tuesday, the 7th of April, 2026, right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and online voice of CT.com. You're up and underway, depending upon where you are, at about 40 to 42 degrees, so we're a little warmer than we were yesterday. Of course, we'll be chatting with Paul Piorig throughout the morning right here on WICC. Morning clouds, afternoon sun, the high topping out around 50. Tonight, clear, the low 27. 27 tonight. 27 tonight and windy. So winter does not quite want to maybe let go. I don't know. 10 to 20 miles an hour says here, and a clear sky, the low 27 or so. It'll be dry tonight, I guess, from what I see here. Dry tomorrow, sunny. The temp okay tomorrow, 47. And the winds dying down a bit. But if you're going, and I guess if you have tickets to the Mets game, this that was scheduled today at Citi Field, guess they're moving it to an afternoon game, from what I heard and saw on the way in, because it's going to be it ain't, hey, kids, it ain't going to be baseball weather tonight. No, no, no. All right, so we're up and underway. We'll get the exact temp from Paul coming up, but depending upon where you are, upper 30s to low 40s. Let's say that. Looking ahead beyond the next few days, looking at the site here, we've got, look at that, maybe cracking 50 on Thursday. Do I see 60 on Friday? 60 on Saturday? All right. Oh, my God. This one site I'm using, we'll have to ask Paul about this. Do I see an 8 next week? We'll see. Well, it's about that, you know. It's going to be the middle of April next week, so why not? Yeah. We'll have to see. Have you broken out? Has your lawnmower been tested yet? Have you cranked up the mower? Or do you just pay people to do that like I do, or my condo fee? So, you know, I'm paying for a lot of other stuff. Along with the special assessment, thank you very much. But, yeah, there you go. Oh, man. Do you remember the first start of the lawnmower? Because, let's face it, now I'm not talking about the sophisticated mower, but do you remember the old gasoline-powered mowers? I guess most mowers are still I know they're battery mowers. I know there's even mowers you can plug in with no battery. But, yeah, I remember it was, Dad's going to start the lawnmower. And we didn't have a Ryder. My father was a Toro guy. Yeah, you bought those Toro motors. Of course, we also had a I guess you would call it a manual mower. Right? You know what I mean? With the spinning blades. So, man, you know, you always had the manual mower for those little spots. But right around this time of the year, April, May, when the grass would start to creep up, it was time to try and start the lawnmower, which had been sitting around since, geez, I don't know, when was the last time Dad? He had to get that one last cut in, like maybe in October. Late September, early October. But then the problem was, and if you want to comment on this, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. The problem was that you had that gasoline sitting in the lawnmower for, I don't know, how many months? October, November, December, January, February, March. It was 7 months. Now, I know some people, you know, there is the maintenance type out there that will say, you know, disconnect the spark plug, right? That was a big thing. And drain the gas tank. I mean, the gas tank wasn't big in these mowers. What was it? A little plastic tank, little metal tank. You kept a little, and maybe you still do. Yeah, well, obviously, because, most of these mowers are still gasoline powered. But it was an adventure, and usually it didn't start. Of course, then again, I remember Dad used to bring the mower to a lawnmower service center where for, I don't know, $25 or $30, they'd clean it up, scrape all the grass that was still. No, Dad was good. He washed out the bottom of the mower for that one with a hose, right? Hose. He used to tell me all the time, "Did you hose off the bottom?" Yes, Dad, I did. So maybe we crank up the mowers next week. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. So maybe we'll be cranking up the mowers as we may hit 80. We'll talk about that coming up with Paul. Your gasoline prices, let's give that an early check. And yeah, because of all the saber rattling coming from the White House and the people not really knowing what's going to happen here. There's, I guess, CBS said a deadline of tonight with the U.S. from the White House on down saying, hey, we're going to start taking out non-military targets, bridges, and power plants. And there are people already saying, hey, would that be a step too far? So we'll talk about that. The average price today in the U.S. Now, remember, this is all reacting to stuff in other places in the world. The frustrating thing here, as I mentioned yesterday, the frustrating thing here is we pretty much can pump and refine as much oil as we need for us. But our prices go up because of the access that will be denied to the U.S. and other nations that the big oil companies have a foot and a hand in. All right, it's like if you have a grocery store, for example, or any sort of a retail outlet, and part of the business is doing well. You're not committing crime. You're not stealing something, but the prices go up. What? It's called loss prevention. And there are, loss prevention models which say, hey, we've got to charge our customers that don't steal because we have people that do steal. And the big retailers, Walmart, Target, they build that in every year. So, again, it's not the supplies for the U.S. that would be in short supply. It would be for everybody else. But we have to pay for that. So the national average today as we speak, AAA, nationally $4.14 a gallon, $4.14. CBS might have given a different figure there, but this I see in front of me, $4.14 a gallon. Connecticut, we are at $4.10, basically, $4.09.6. So there you go. And diesel is up another about 2 cents a gallon. $5.92 today. It's yesterday. It's $5.92 yesterday. $5.94 today. So we get you up and underway with that. Any thoughts you might have on anything? 203-333-9422, 333 WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's stop and go Bridgeport Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. They have finally cleared that construction northbound in Stamford on the Turnpike. Some delays in Trumbull southbound on the Parkway. And heavy delays westbound 84 exit 11. Overturned tractor trailer there. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ned Lamont and the Hartford Clowns have a problem telling the truth. Here's Ned.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive for working families in the middle class.
Talk is cheap, Ned, but you know what's not? Our electric bills. Aaron Stewart is the no BS candidate for governor. Aaron knows that 1, Connecticut exports a third of the energy we generate, while we pay the highest prices in New England. That's BS. 2, the Hartford Clowns put a hidden tax on your bill, the public benefits charge. Complete BS. And 3, Ned wants electric leaf blowers instead of gas, so he's importing hydropower from Canada. Really? Canada? Total BS.
And we're trying to make life a little less expensive.
I'm Aaron Stewart. I'm running for governor because it's time for something different, like cutting the BS. Only Hartford would ship out the energy we make and ship in expensive Canadian energy. Join me at Aaron4CT.com. I approve this message.
Paid for by Aaron for Connecticut, Valerie Marino, Treasurer.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for the office manager. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth. He discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The clock is ticking toward President Trump's 8 p.m. Eastern deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If Tehran doesn't respond, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges. The BBC's Lorna Gordon.
Iran has repeatedly, throughout this short conflict, said they will retaliate against its Gulf neighbors each and every time they are hit.
The Artemis II crew makes history, going farther into space than any other humans. Next up, CBS's Peter King.
The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members.
The Wolverines are the new men's NCAA champs.
I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but what a win. The first national championship since 1989.
Reporter Heath Kalb after Michigan beat UConn 69-63. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut local news update.
Governor Ned Lamont is withdrawing one of his nominees for a judgeship. He's pulling the nomination of John Shaben, who faced scrutiny during a committee hearing over a previous arrest for disturbing the peace. Shaben was also questioned about practicing law in New York after allowing his license to expire.
For the period of 2021 through 2024, was it? You were suspended from the practice of law in New York?
I don't think it was that long. I think it was about a year. It's what it affected. There was a notice that went out in 21 or 22, and truthfully, with the COVID closures, no one was quite sure what the exact span was, but there was in fact a time for almost a year where I was on administrative suspension.
Lamont had endorsed Chabon as one of 14 candidates for Superior Court judgeships that are being vetted by the state legislature. The Judiciary Committee postponed a vote on the nominees last week after questioning of two of the candidates, including Chabon, took longer than expected. The price of gasoline keeps rising as the U.S. war in Iran continues. The average price in Connecticut for a gallon of regular is $4.08, an increase of 15 cents from a week ago and 91 cents higher than a month ago. AAA reported the current national average is $4.11. A judge is declaring a mistrial in a murder case dating back to 1986. Mark Caron was accused of killing 11-year-old Kathy Flynn, and prosecution planned to rest their case today. Instead, Judge John Blowy granted the defense's motion for a mistrial before the jury entered the courtroom over a claim of possible evidence contamination. It's not a dismissal of the case, but Blowy said he didn't feel like he had a choice in the matter. A retrial status conference was set for September 1st. Protesters at Southern Connecticut State University are rallying against ICE. A group of protesters gathered yesterday to rally against the federal agency outside Boley Library after ICE detained nursing student Kayla Vasquez Zuniga of Ecuador on March 31st in Middletown. The Department of Homeland Security says Vasquez Zuniga entered the United States illegally in 2021 under a tourist visa that allowed her to stay in the country for 6 months. And the UConn Huskies have lost in the national championship game for the first time in school history. Michigan took down the Huskies in a physical game, 69-63 last night in Indianapolis. It was the third national championship appearance for UConn in the last 4 years, and the first time in 7 national championship appearances the school lost in the title game. Head coach Dan Hurley and forward Alex Karaban were part of all 3 of the history-making teams. It was the last game of Karaban's college career as he finishes as a 2-time NCAA champion, 6th on the program's all-time scoring list, and the winningest player in school history. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
And John, sponsored this time round by M.J. Thomas Jewelers. Looking to buy or sell gold? Visit M.J. Thomas Jewelers in Stratford for expert service and great deals. Their knowledgeable staff is there to assist with all your gold need. More info, check them out, mjthomas.com. That's mjthomas.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go Bridgeport Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound. They have finally cleared that construction northbound in Stamford on the Turnpike. Some delays in Trumbull southbound on the Parkway, and heavy delays westbound 84 exit 11. Overturned tractor trailer there. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. Cruise the River Moldau and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
She's got everything you need to know. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Hey, great to have you with us. Good morning, good morning, good morning. At 6:37, almost 6:38. Another check of traffic and weather together. We'll chat with Paul Pioric coming up momentarily. Going to get a little brisk tonight again. If you have tickets to the Mets game, I guess tonight's game and maybe tomorrow night's game too. I think they are moving some of the games to the afternoon because after a decent day today, it's not exactly going to be nice T-shirt baseball weather tonight in Queens. So there you go. So we'll talk with Paul about that. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Did you see this yesterday? Josh Labella's story here, and it was filed late yesterday. Fairfield firefighters had to put out 3 cars engulfed in flames on Kings Highway, Route 1. Yikes. That happened on Monday. Town firefighters working to put out multiple car fires engulfed in flames. Kings Highway. Anybody see this? According to a release on Facebook, they got multiple 911 calls about a vehicle fire in the parking lot of the Edge Fitness Clubs. While units were responding, officials said dispatch got more reports saying that multiple vehicles were involved, and the cars were near a nearby structure. 3 vehicles on fire. Yikes. No extension or threat to the structures. A fire engine, not an engine fire, that was there. The fire engine got to the scene shortly after, deployed a hand line, and aggressively attacked the fires. Were these things EVs? See, because a fire with an EV is, and if you know anybody who is a firefighter, either paid by the city or town or volunteer, and again, I think by number, most of the firefighters in the state, I believe, are volunteers. Some towns may have 1 or 2 or 3 paid career people, but these are volunteers. And we've had firefighters, on this station all the time, and they tell you about the challenges of fighting these EV fires. And again, not to get into the debate about about the EVs versus regular gasoline or diesel powered vehicles. That's a whole different kind of thing we're talking about here. But electrical fires, EV fires, those could be bad. That could be some bad news right there. So kudos to the firefighters there. This happening yesterday, Monday. Multiple cars engulfed in flames in a parking lot on Kings Highway. That's always a fear of mine. I know it's for a properly functioning automobile. It's probably nothing you should worry about. But how often do you hear, whether it's on the news here at WICC or from CBS or a local story or picked up nationally on TV or cable? Now we don't know what the problem was here, what kind of vehicles they were, but how often do you hear these recalls about, the fuel line could rupture and you start spilling hot gasoline or hot diesel fuel onto a manifold? But that is something, and I know it's irrational. I worry about a lot of irrational stuff. Right? I am obsessive compulsive and anxiety full as I get older. But a lot of times I'm just sitting in the car and I'm looking around. You see car fires on the side of the roads. Man, I saw one coming to work here at Connoisseur about 2 or 3 years ago. Yikes. I mean, that sucker was pumping out smoke there. Holy jeez. But I'm saying to myself, well, if I started seeing engine smoke coming out of the engine or flames, where am I going here? Well, I'm getting to the side of the road as quickly as possible. I guess that's why the area behind your feet is called a firewall, I guess. Hopefully that would help me, but who knows? So kudos to the fine folks at the Fairfield Fire Department for knocking that down. But yeah, when you see these EV fires, that's a whole nother. And again, there is no. This is how I think. There is no evidence that any of these. I'm not even speculating. Oh, that must have been EVs. No, it could have been just something. You see car fires all the time, but the problem is with the EVs. You need there can be scenarios where you need 10 times the water, because to get the fire out is one thing, but you've got to cool everything down so you don't have the natural reheating of this whole thing. So that's a big thing. And again, you have to, if you're going into it, knowing it's an EV, they have different suits they take with them. There's a chance of from what firefighters have told me, there's a chance of what's termed cobalt poisoning. There's a lot of interesting little metals and elements in EVs that can make fighting the fires rather hazardous. So we'll keep our fine firefighters in mind on that. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Also, after the break, after we do traffic and weather together, and news and all that kind of good stuff, I want to talk about a pronouncement from one of our members of Congress. And with all due respect, that member is either grandstanding or they don't understand how professional sports work. And again, we're talking about Richard Blumenthal, our senior U.S. Senate member, and we're talking about the move of the WNBA's Connecticut Sun out of Connecticut. And I know people are saying, well, we're going to try and stop this, and we need hearings. I hate to say this, and I don't mean this in a, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't mean this in a pedantic or arrogant way. You know what? Let it go. Don't grandstand. Let it go. It's a sports team. It's not a hospital. It's not a nursing home. It's not a major manufacturer. It's a sports team. It's a bunch of people playing basketball. We like to watch that. We bet on it. It's our downtime. It's why we love our sports. But let it go. We'll talk about that momentarily on the other side. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go ride this morning, traveling southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. We're slow Bridgeport right through Westport's 18, and it's a heavier ride from Trumbull through Fairfield on the Merritt Parkway. 84 westbound, exit 11, overturned tractor trailer with a huge backup behind that. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
All right, I stepped outside this morning. It wasn't quite as bad as it was yesterday morning. Well, bad is a relative thing. There's nothing wrong with cold weather. Right, Paul Piorg? I mean,
you
cold
are right.
and warm. There's no, I mean, weather can be intense, but it's all the circle of nature. So I guess we're going to get another couple of days of a little chill here from time to time, right?
Yep, and then there'll be a little bit of a moderation by the end of the week, and then a warm-up by the weekend and early next week, which is good.
Did I see, I look at a bunch of sites, I listen to what you say, did I see that we may be tickling, if we don't quite get there, 80 degrees on a day or two next week?
You know, I love the verb. I really do. Tickling. That's This is why you're on the radio.
Yes. For my rapier verbal skills. Yes.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yes, next week inland, we may be, to paraphrase, tickling the upper 70s.
Okay. All right. Fine.
You know, with a feather.
Yeah, there we go. So listen, I guess, Paul, and give us a forecast here. I guess it's going to be cold enough at night to where the Mets are moving a couple of night games this week to the day, and they don't want people sitting out there in, upper 20with low 30s?
Sure, you don't want to do that. I wouldn't go to a baseball game and sit in the upper 20s, no.
With the wind blowing and nobody
With the
there.
wind, especially over at City Field, right?
Yeah, it's not like there's wind off of Flushing and Jamaica Bay there. So what are we looking at here, Paul?
All right, good morning. Good morning, everybody. Right now, you are right, very perceptive. We are a little milder than yesterday. We're in the lower 40s just about statewide. 42 right now in Bridgeport, the dew point 35. We do have a light wind out of the east at about 8, and our barometer is 30.07. That will be on the way up later this morning. We had a few scattered showers overnight. They're moving to our east, maybe a leftover shower early this morning. Otherwise, partly sunny by this afternoon with a high near 50. Tonight, clear with a low near 25. So, yes, a nip in the air. Tomorrow, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. Thursday, sunny with a high of 50. Friday, sunny with a high of 60. You get where this is going. Saturday, sunny with a high of 65. We're going up, and away. And Sunday, sunny with a high in the low 60s. Right now, we're in the lower 40s, partly sunny through the afternoon with a high later this afternoon, generally right around 45 to 50. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey there, how are you? Good morning at 6:49. Let's call it 6:50. We'll add a few seconds there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Connecticut Senator Richard Blumenthal wants an investigation into the planned move to Houston by the WNBA's Connecticut Sun, says here in the story posted late yesterday by the Connecticut News Junkie. Could Connecticut end up like Green Bay? It might under the proposed Home Team Act, which would require owners of professional sports teams to give local communities the chance to buy teams before relocating them. Oh, stop this. Please, stop. We've got better things to worry about. Stop this. Senator Richard Blumenthal says he was co-sponsoring the bill following the proposed the sale and the announcement that the Connecticut Sun are moving to Houston following the 2027 season. Much has happened with the Green Bay Packers. It would require a 1 year's notice to give local communities a chance to put together an offer. It wouldn't require that offer be accepted. So what's the point? But it would at least bar the WNBA and other similar leagues from dictating the results and allowing the highest bidder to be accepted. Let me explain something here. And I've explained this on my show dozens of times. Okay? Let me explain this. Corporate advertisers and corporate sponsors want bang for their buck, okay? There is no, and I hate to have to say this, but this is what it is. No corporate advertiser, let's take the WNBA for this reason, is sitting across an executive from the WNBA to be a corporate sponsor and have signage all over the place and maybe get commercials on the WNBA broadcast, all right? They look for a certain measurement of what they're getting for their bang for their buck. There used to be a thing called gross rating points, GRPs. I don't know whether they do that, impressions. Here's the bottom line, and I know a lot of people don't like this, but this is what it is, because it happened with the Whalers, and it's happening with the WNBA now. No professional sports team or league, from an advertising point of view, not from the quality of the games or the fan base, but from an advertising point of view, cares about Connecticut. They don't. No, there is no corporate advertiser who is getting pitched a major deal for signage and spots and sponsorships of the player of the year, whatever, right? There's nobody in those companies that says, geez, I got to have Connecticut here or I'm not signing the deal. No, they want major markets. It's got nothing to do with the quality of play, the Sun, the Mohegan Sun Arena. It's got or the good and fine people of Connecticut. It is a business. So I know we've developed a little bit of a complex here. The NHL wanted the Whalers out of Connecticut. They were like, get them the hell out. Because the Hartford media market had zero value in dollars and cents. The Carolinas did. It was an upcoming media market here. So with all due respect to Mr. Blumenthal and anybody that says, well, there's something wrong here. No, there's not. This is no different than you calling up McDonald's and McDonald's or Burger King saying, well, yeah, you can come on board, but your store's got to be in this territory. Because, well, I want to put it over there. Well, no, we don't want you to put it over there because if you put it 2 miles down the road, we've already done the research. We'll make more money and you'll make more money. So it is what it is. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, it's actually funny because another team actually did try to enact that rule that you were talking about.
Yeah.
And that was actually my Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
And you want to know how it worked out?
How'd that work out? Yeah, well.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Because basically what happened was a lot of people, mainly the mayor of Cleveland, did not like the fact that they were getting ready to build their new stadium, still underneath the name Cleveland Browns, in Brook Park, Ohio. Mm-hmm. So they've been trying to enact that rule. It doesn't work.
No.
It's just a rule for show at this point.
And the Packers, and thank you, Eric, the Packers are a unique situation. Yes, they are a publicly owned team, and I've talked about this on the afternoon show with us. They are a publicly owned, team. But you don't really get it. The people don't really get a say in it. If you become an owner of a part of the public that owns the Green Bay Packers, you know what you get? Honestly, last time I looked, I think it was $300. You get if you want to buy a share of the Packers, it's $300, and you get a nice certificate to hang on your wall. That's it. Now the team takes your money, and they treat you real nice. And could the Packers move? I don't know. I have no idea. So again, with this whole thing with the WNBA, you got to understand this. The Orlando Dream was bought 20 change years ago by the Mohegan tribe for $10 million, and they're going to sell it for $300 million. Now that's a pretty good return on investment. All right, traffic and weather together. News, a lot more coming up. This is WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays from Bridgeport to Westport in through Norwalk now southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. It's also a slow go on the Parkway coming out of the Trumbull Mall exit, right in through Fairfield, approaching Westport. 84 westbound, exit 11. It's an overturned tractor trailer. Left and center lanes are out. 84 westbound backed up from Southbury to Newtown. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance: the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
The Huskies, the Nittany Lions, the Orange. Attention high school students and parents. Wednesday, April 22nd is the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair, the largest college fair in Connecticut. Explore your next step after high school. Wednesday, April 22nd from 4:30 to 7:30 at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. It's free and open to all students and families. Presented by Chesla, Bigelow Tea, and Connoisseur Media. ctcollegefair.com. That's ctcollegefair.com.
Why? Why do we ignore the things that give us pause, that seem out of place, that don't feel right? The answer to why defines who we are. So if you see something, why do you say something?
I see safe for my friends.
For my community.
For my family.
For each other. Because all of this matters. We all have something worth protecting. So why do you see safe? Report suspicious activity to local authorities. If you see something, say something.
Hey, life doesn't stop when cancer starts. Some don't make it to treatment simply because they don't have a ride. You can change that. Volunteer to drive with the American Cancer Society Road to Recovery program. Visit cancer.org/drive to learn more.
WICC, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump's deadline is approaching, and so far, Iran isn't blinking.
The entire country could be taken out in one night.
He's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges if Tehran doesn't fully reopen the Strait of Hormuz by 8 p.m. Eastern.
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be we want free traffic of oil.
He insists his retaliation plans would not constitute war crimes. Iran is meeting the president's threats by urging young people to form a human chain around power plants to protect them. Linda Gradstein reports from Jerusalem.
In a statement in Farsi, the Army's Persian language spokesman said that all citizens in Iran should refrain from using and traveling by train until 9 p.m. local time. The statement said, quote, "Your presence on trains and near railway lines puts your lives at risk." Yesterday, Israel's defense minister said the army will continue to strike national infrastructure in Iran with full force.
Iran's president says he is among 14 million Iranians who volunteered to sacrifice their lives in the war. Turkish officials say gunmen have attacked a high-rise building that houses the Israeli consulate in Istanbul. They say one attacker was killed. The Artemis II astronauts got a congratulatory call from President Trump after they made history, going farther into space than any other humans. Pilot Victor Glover.
We were really able to make some of our most detailed observations of the far side of the moon up close. And so we were busy up here working really hard. And I must say, it was actually quite nice.
The lunar flyby lasted nearly 7 hours. Today, the crew is in for some science, manual flying, and a little downtime. It's runoff day in Georgia. WSB's Jonathan O'Brien.
Since January, Georgia's 14th district has been without representation in Congress following the resignation of Marjorie Taylor Greene. Now, voters will have the final say on her replacement. Republican Clay Fuller bested his 11 Republican opponents in the March election with the help of President Trump's endorsement, and he's hoping that momentum will carry him to victory tonight. But Democrat Sean Harris won the most votes in the March election. A strong showing in the deeply red district could buoy Democratic hopes for November.
The NHL's Dallas Stars have banned a fan who celebrated a goal with a Nazi salute. CBS's Michael Wallace.
While most fans pumped their fists to the Stars' goal song, 4 young men repeatedly gave a Nazi salute. The team says it tracked down the fan who bought the group's tickets and has banned him from the arena indefinitely. The Stars say any discriminatory or hateful behavior will not be tolerated in their arena. The team is also increasing its in-arena messaging about its fan code of conduct.
This is CBS News.
It's one of the most successful law and justice programs in television history that continues to uncover the truth. 48 Hours, Saturday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This afternoon, the governor will hold a news conference to discuss his proposal to expand Connecticut's R&D tax credit for small businesses that are investing in innovation. The proposal will enhance an existing state program that encourages businesses to select Connecticut as the location to develop new and improved products, processes, and technologies while supporting the creation of good-paying jobs in growing sectors of the economy. It's currently under consideration by the General Assembly and is included in Section 5 of Senate Bill 84. The Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station issued a warning yesterday that tick activity is on the rise this year. Despite the snow and freezing temperatures of the past winter, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the CAES says that the tick population has remained unaffected.
Ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures.
The CAES is reporting higher than average amounts of deer ticks being submitted for testing, many of which have been confirmed to carry Lyme disease. Connecticut's also home to 3 invasive species, the Lone Star tick, Gulf Coast tick, and Longhorn tick, all of which can carry a variety of pathogens. Police have released video of a fatal shooting in Stratford this past Saturday. The video was captured from a neighbor's doorbell camera and shows a person getting into the driver's side of an SUV on Woodstock Avenue. Multiple gunshots can be heard before the person enters the SUV. The shooting resulted in the death of Paul Balzerano. Investigators say they've conducted 5 search warrants in connection to the case, but have not announced any arrests yet. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. John sponsored with us this time around by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Check them out. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials, offering expert knife sharpening too. 203-374-1118. That's 203-374-1118. Or check them out online, kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Another chilly Tuesday morning. Let's go to the Connecticut Turnpike and start with Bridgeport right through Westport's 18. Slow spot there. Building volume 16 to 14 in Norwalk. Stop and go from Trumbull to Fairfield, entering Westport on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-979-3535. That's 800-979-3535. 800-979-3535.
Trying to lose weight on your own? Stop guessing and start seeing results with Medi Weight Loss. You'll meet face-to-face with experienced providers who create a personalized plan built around you, including nutrition guidance, coaching, and prescription options when medically appropriate. And now they've lowered their pricing to help more people get started. Your first month of a GLP-1 medication is available for as low as $99. Visit MediWeightLoss.com to find your nearest Connecticut location and book your free assessment today.
Never met a dent we couldn't smooth out. At Sono Collision, we turn your oopsie-daisy into amazing with our top-notch repair. No more crying over crumpled fenders. We'll erase your car's memory of that pesky light pole. Cruise over to Sono Collision today, where even your car forgets its accidents. Visit us at sonocollision.com because a good car deserves a great recovery.
This is where Greenwich starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning at the 7:09. Make it 7:10. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. It's Paul in for Melissa right here in the Melissa in the morning program. Going to get some PM sun after some early clouds today. Highs upper 40s to around 50, but it's going to get chilly tonight for the next couple of days, says Paul Piorek. And then maybe we tickle the upper 70s or 80 degree mark coming up later on. Of course, you heard in the news, we've been talking about it for days, the developing situation, which could take a decided turn for the worse tonight. If Mr. Trump holds to this 8 o'clock Eastern time deadline, and he is threatening to do things to the civilian structure, the infrastructure, we should say, of Iran, that some people say are war crimes, other people don't. And getting away from that for a second, whatever happens to that end in the Middle East is likely to raise prices at gas stations all around Connecticut. I mean, all over the country. The only way that you have actually a less of an impact here, I've been told and I've been reading here, is if you live near a port. So your gas may be a little cheaper if after it comes into a port, it does not have to, that refined gasoline and crude oil does not have to be trucked anywhere. That's the situation. But I ask you this, and I'm sure that a lot of you folks have thought about this, right? At what point, when does the price of gasoline, or can you even contemplate that for, your particular situation? When does the price of gasoline hit a mark where you will say, I'm going to cut down on or better plan my driving? 203-333-9422. Talk or text. emails up and running too. Paul, P-A-U-L, Paul at voiceofct.com. Because right now, as I look at the numbers here, the average gasoline price in Connecticut, I paid, last 2 times I paid a couple of between yesterday and a few days beforehand. I paid $3.99 a gallon somewhere and about $4.05 somewhere. So at what point do you say, hey, I just paid X, Y, and or Z, or all X, Y, and Z together for a gallon of gasoline? What if we get to $5? Seriously. I was joking with one of my bosses here at Connoisseur, but I was kind of half tongue-in-cheek and half serious here. What, like, I may want to do my show from home a few more days, right? When you think about it, like, what is your, have you, now, not a lot of people have the ability to modify their lifestyles to be able to say, well, instead of going here, here, and here on different days, I'm going to all get it done in one day. You know what I mean? But I was driving around the other day in sunny Wallingford, asking myself, what happens if this thing goes to $5? What if the U.S., for whatever reason, does what it does tonight or tomorrow? Are we going to be here tomorrow morning looking at, well, let me look at it right now. Crude oil futures right now are at $112 a barrel. Remember, anything above 75 is bad, is what they tell me. I guess the highest it got in recent memory, there was something going on during the Obama years, I think, where for a few days it got to $123 a barrel. But have you said to yourself, hey, if this goes to $5 a gallon or $5.50 a gallon, like, I'm going to ask the boss, hey, I did this during COVID. Will you let me do it again? Charles in Danbury this morning at 7:15. Hey, Charles, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning, Paul. Nice to hear you this morning.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Question for you, a little funny here. So when I called the afternoon show yesterday, the guy who's in your place, Max, I believe is his name.
Yeah.
He said, "Oh, Charles from Danbury, Paul warned me about you."
Oh no,
so
no. Okay,
I'd like to know what you said. That's all.
He's just kidding. It's a talk radio joke. That's
I got it. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but on the gas front, I mean, I'd say about $5. Start talking with my wife about. Luckily I can take the train to work.
Okay, all right. Yep.
Definitely adds time, but could save us money. $6 definitely not driving down to down south.
Can you actually, for what you do, Paul, Charles, or your wife, can either one of you work straight from home or not?
Oh no. No, we have to report, so to speak.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Charles.
But in regards to the 8 p.m. deadline tonight, please let's all hope that it doesn't happen. I mentioned on the show yesterday afternoon that I could definitely see this dominoing into something catastrophic, terrible, affect us. Who knows? I don't want to scare people this early in the morning, but I think it's a very serious move that if he goes through with it, I do believe it constitutes a war crime, and you're just going to embolden and light up people over there, and whatever sells or here now in the United States, I don't even want to think about it, but just hope and pray that he chickens out or tacos out, as they say. So
we'll see. We'll see.
Have a good morning.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Yes, and I promise I didn't tell our filling guy a thing about you. That's a goofy talk radio thing, but it's great. I love it. All right. Before we break here for traffic and weather together, I've got a thought on this deadline tonight. And I'm thinking about this for the last few days. I'll give it to you right after we do this on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride Bridgeport to Westport, now heavy through Norwalk on the Turnpike southbound. It is a stop-and-go ride from Trumbull heading into Fairfield and now approaching Westport. As you make your way on the Parkway, 84 westbound still overturned tractor-trailer at exit 11 westbound. Back up from the Southbury Police Barracks right to Newtown. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, your employees will value coming to work. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We are off to a milder start. We have readings in the lower 40s right now, 42 in Bridgeport. Our dew point down to 35. We do have a wind out of the southeast at about 8 in our barometer at 30.09. That will be on the way up. We had a few scattered showers overnight. They're moving away to our east, maybe a leftover raindrop early. Otherwise, partly sunny later today with a high getting up into the upper 40s. Tonight, mainly clear after midnight with a low in the mid-20s, a nip in the air. Tomorrow, sunny and cool with a high in the mid-40s. Thursday, sunny with a high near 50. Friday, sunny near 60. And Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-60s. No rain in sight. Right now, we're at 42. We'll be in the upper 40s later this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC. This year, we're celebrating us. 100 years of radio. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, now there's and good morning. How are you? At 7:19, almost 7:20. Number to get to us: 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. In the moments before I open the mic here again, oil just spiked again to about 100, just under $115 a barrel. To Charles's point, and to the point of a lot of people, I am sure. Well, I'm not sure, but I'm sure. And look, you know how I conduct my show in the afternoon. I tend to be a little more restrained here in the morning because I don't want to. I don't want to have Melissa come back on Monday going, that man that was in for your show. But I want to be honest with you folks, because we're hearing it on our newscast at the top of the hour, and the president is saber-rattling here saying, well, 8 o'clock tonight's the deadline. Now, is he, and by the way, Charles used the phrase taco, as in Taco Bell, as in Trump always chickens out. That's not me saying it. That's what people are trying to say. But I have a feeling that there have already been discussions. Now, this is just a gut feeling. I've read nothing official on this. It has been alluded to by some people. But if there is any level of wanton and willful, shall we say, destruction of facilities, bridges, civilian infrastructure in Iran tonight by the U.S. and or Israel, but my guess is it would be just the U.S. And most people would think, hey, that doesn't achieve the goals here. That's not helping the resistance. I got to tell you, folks, I have a feeling that you will very quickly, because it's already started, I can almost guarantee that you're going to get people saying, hey, 25th Amendment time. It seems to me everything is falling into place here, and by the 25th Amendment, that means that you would have an organized process. It's easily spelled out. It's easily understandable to remove Mr. Trump from office. I know that for me to say that, I'm not endorsing that either way. That's not what I'm doing. But just ask yourselves, if this thing really spirals out of control, and orders are given not for defensive measures, but if those orders stray away from military targets, tactical military targets, and then edge into areas that would just harm civilians, when you're talking about civilians who might not have the faintest chance of bringing down the Iranian regime, you might have people saying, all right, this is enough. I think you'd be kidding yourself. But personally, me, it's just me. I could be 1,000% wrong. Actually, 100%. 1,000% is numerically impossible. Percent is per 100. Thank you. But I'm 100% sure that there might be rumblings from inside the GOP to say, hey, what he did the other night, that's got to stop. I mean, if he, or if any president for that matter, this has been threatened on, Democratic presidents too in the past. But, if that happened, you're looking at a situation where if what happens tonight is the worst, you're going to hear this starting tomorrow morning when we're together here filling in for Melissa. You just will. You just will. And, is that a Nixon moment? Well, Nixon resigned. Now, my personal prediction, if you hear me in the afternoon, my personal prediction has always been that I think he will walk away after the midterms. And now I'm starting to see some pundits on both sides of the aisle say, hey, what's the benefit if the Republicans lose the House significantly, which it looks like they will, and now they're talking about losing the Senate? What does he get at almost 81 years old and starting to, I don't know, are there signs here of slippage? I don't know. What does he get by staying around? So think about that as you walk through your day today. What happens? What would you think? What would people on the other side think? How would the country react if perhaps we had a scenario where, under the minds of most military and international law analysts, was just wanton destruction with no real aim, should I say, no pun intended, at doing whatever the stated goal here was? Just a thought or three from me. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's an overturned tractor trailer with a fuel spill about a quarter mile before the Route 34 ramps 84 westbound, exit 11. And that has got a backup going on from Southbury right to that crash scene, overturned tractor trailer in Newtown 84 westbound, where stop and go southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike heading between Bridgeport and Fairfield, and heavy volume in Norwalk coming past Saugatuck 17, and a stop-and-go ride Trumbull, Fairfield, and Westport on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Can I tell you something that has become my new obsession at our house here in Milford? Hey, Melissa Shakatoff here, and as you know, I work with Property Protection Consulting, home security that gives you peace of mind and where they can set up systems for you and your family's home security. PPC is utilizing these state-of-the-art camera floodlights, and they just put them in a couple of weeks ago at our house, and we are obsessed with them. I don't know who likes them more, me, Derek, Chase, all of us. First of all, the lights will go on whenever an object like an animal or a vehicle is in the driveway or even when a person is walking by, all while our cameras are monitoring our house and we can watch those videos in real time. PPC can also install a floodlight where there wasn't one before. In fact, that is what they did on the other side of our home to kind of light up those dark corners of our house where we still want to see what kind of activity is going on. For total security and peace of mind for your home or your business, check out ppcalarms.com or call them at 866-991-7233.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
For the best FCAC high school baseball and lacrosse coverage, listen to Bats and Sticks with Dave Rudin. Tune in every Sunday at 11 a.m. on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Bats and Sticks, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food served fast.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The clock is ticking toward President Trump's 8 p.m. Eastern deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If Tehran doesn't respond, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges. The BBC's Lorna Gordon.
Iran has repeatedly, throughout this short conflict, said they will retaliate against its Gulf neighbors each and every time they are hit.
The Artemis II crew makes history, going farther into space than any other humans. Next up, CBS's Peter King.
The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members.
The Wolverines are the new men's NCAA champs.
I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but what a win. The first national championship since 1989.
Reporter Heath Kalb after Michigan beat UConn 69-63. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is withdrawing one of his nominees for a judgeship. He's pulling the nomination of John Shaben, who faced scrutiny during a committee hearing over a previous arrest for disturbing the peace. Chabin was also questioned about practicing law in New York after allowing his license to expire.
For the period of 2021 through 2024, was it? You were suspended from the practice of law in New York?
I don't think it was that long. I think it was about a year. It's what it affected. There was a notice that went out in 21 or 22, and truthfully, with the COVID closures, no one was quite sure what the exact span was, but there was in fact a time for almost a year where I was on administrative suspension.
Lamont had endorsed Chabin as one of 14 candidates for Superior Court judgeships that are being vetted by the state legislature. The Judiciary Committee postponed a vote on the nominees last week after questioning of two of the candidates, including Chabin, took longer than expected. The price of gasoline keeps rising as the U.S. war in Iran continues. The average price in Connecticut for a gallon of regular is $4.08, an increase of 15 cents from a week ago and 91 cents higher than a month ago. AAA reported the current national average is $4.11. A judge is declaring a mistrial in a murder case dating back to 1986. Mark Caron was accused of killing 11-year-old Kathy Flynn, and prosecution planned to rest their case today. Instead, Judge John Blowy granted the defense's motion for a mistrial before the jury entered the courtroom over a claim of possible evidence contamination. It's not a dismissal of the case, but Blowy said he didn't feel like he had a choice in the matter. A retrial status conference was set for September 1st. Protesters at Southern Connecticut State University are rallying against ICE. A group of protesters gathered yesterday to rally against the federal agency outside Boley Library after ICE detained nursing student Kayla Vasquez Zuniga of Ecuador on March 31st in Middletown. The Department of Homeland Security says Vasquez Zuniga entered the United States illegally in 2021 under a tourist visa that allowed her to stay in the country for 6 months. And the UConn Huskies have lost in the national championship game for the first time in school history. Michigan took down the Huskies in a physical game, 69-63 last night in Indianapolis. It was the third national championship appearance for UConn in the last 4 years, and the first time in 7 national championship appearances the school lost in the title game. Head coach Dan Hurley and forward Alex Karaban were part of all 3 of the history-making teams. It was the last game of Karaban's college career as he finishes as a 2-time NCAA champion, 6th on the program's all-time scoring list, and the winningest player in school history. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. Brought to you by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Now, the odds vary by game. Got to be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling. Give them a call, 888-789-7777, or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays still very heavy. South Barry to Newtown, 84 eastbound. Overturned tractor trailer in Newtown with fuel spill, left and center lanes blocked. Connecticut Turnpike southbound, pretty slow now between Bridgeport and Norwalk heading into Darien. And stop and go ride Trumbull Fairfield into Westport and New Canaan Avenue in Norwalk. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Step into spring with confidence. Downtown Dental is making it easy to shine with their dental implant special for only $999. Say goodbye to hiding your smile and hello to a brighter, fresher you. Don't wait another season. Take advantage of Downtown Dental's $999 dental implant special today. New patients are welcome. Your dream smile is just one call away. Call Downtown Dental or visit downtowndentalct.com. 3 convenient locations in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
News all morning, every morning. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the morning.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. It's Paula from Melissa. Melissa in the morning here, 7:37, almost 7:38. We'll check the forecast with Paul Bjork. Another nice day coming up, a little breezy on the cool side. Then it's going to get downright cold tonight, upper 20s to about 30. So forget the outdoor activities tonight, or if you're doing anything outside of any matter, bundle up. All right, so we'll check with Paul on that. Coming up momentarily, joining us right now, giving us a Capitol update amid the rumblings as to what bills are going to pass and what bills are not going to pass, maybe just that they were introduced there, is Shelton Republican State Senate member Jason Perillo. Jason's going to be with us in just a second. Wanted to talk to Tom and Derby here for just a moment or two. Jason, hang on, right to you. Tom, you call back. Thank you. What's on your mind, sir?
Boy, that was quick. I wish I was that fast, you know. You're welcome to the morning show. Your talk about Trump and the 8 o'clock deadline.
Yeah.
It's an old term, but is he doing the what we used to call brinksmanship?
I don't know.
You know what I mean? I just thought I'd throw that in as a thought. What do you think?
Yeah, and Tom, thank you. Appreciate it. Look, maybe. You know, honestly, maybe. We don't know. We know how he thinks. He wants to do deals all the time. Maybe he's got handlers. Not handlers, but advice. No president has handlers. Well, they have advisors where he might be saying, well, listen, say this, and see if they make it. Now, again, and Tom, thank you for the call. Sometimes there's stuff going on in the background that we don't know about. They say Pakistan is involved now with the U.S. and Iran, urging both sides to step back, forget this 8 o'clock stuff. So who knows? And joining us right now to talk a little stuff closer to home, Jason Perillo, Republican State Senate member in the city of, not Shelton, Shelton. Pronounce the letters, folks. Jason, good morning. How are you, sir? Good to have you on.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, Jason. I'm into elocution. Every people laughs. I said, no, it's not New Britain. It's New Britain. That's just me.
You don't need to pronounce the T. It's just Shelton.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. I was just trying to be formal. You know what? We're starting to count down a little bit in the General Assembly. Jason, what's going to pass? What's not? I know what happens there. They don't call bills unless they're sure they have the votes, either side. Now, for example, are we going to get anything on homeschooling, or do you think this is too toxic in an election year, or not?
Yeah, my gut, honestly, is that the vast majority of controversial legislation is just not going to pass. I think the home, and look, I could be completely wrong. Let's be clear.
Mm-hmm.
But my educated guess is that, you know, the homeschooling legislation that you just mentioned, probably not going to pass. You know, we've had some controversial vaccine legislation proposed that would put almost universal authority over vaccine schedules in the hands of one person, the Commissioner of the Department of Public Health. I don't know where that stands, to be quite honest with you. I think that has potential, but again, it's controversial. And to your point, it's an election year. So, you know, a lot of legislators just don't want to take those controversial votes with an election that's 5 or 6 months away or whatever it is. So, you know, I think the big question is not so much what is going to pass, but all things that aren't going to pass that could come back next year. We saw some very controversial proposals on local zoning and affordable housing, even more controversial and more aggressive than legislation we've seen in the past on that. As you might remember, the governor supported the legislation that actually passed that actually took quite a bit of local control away from our communities and our zoning commissions. I testified on a bill this year that was even more aggressive than that. I doubt that has the potential to pass, quite honestly, but it ain't over till it's over, like Yogi Berra said, right? I mean, we end May 6th at midnight, and anything can happen between now and then.
Jason Perillo was the guest. So what has to happen, Jason, right? The budgetary stuff, the adjustments on the 2-year biennium, and what to do here with the deficit and the two different categories that fits under discretionary versus the other one that's in the guardrails there. So there is some monetary stuff that has to happen, right?
And that is exactly the stuff that, to your point, has to happen. In fact, the entire point of the short session, which is what we're in, is actually to do just that. Everything else is sort of superfluous. But yes, we do need to pass budget adjustments because we have, as you said, biennial budgets. That's every 2 years. So we budget 2 years out. And in the second year, which is what we're in, we do have to make adjustments. And I think that in many ways is where you've seen a big difference between a Democrat's vision of affordability in Connecticut and the Republican vision for affordability in Connecticut. It's these money bills often that really show, sort of the tale of two futures for Connecticut. Democrats have proposed what I would categorize as kind of small sales tax changes. They have proposed one thing that I really like, which is the elimination of the taxes on all Social Security benefits. Right now we have partial exemptions. This would make them completely exempt. I love that. I'm a big supporter of that. The Republican tax plan actually goes quite a bit further. It has more savings when it comes to property taxes. It has much more savings when it comes to income taxes, your car taxes. So the Republican agenda on affordability and taxes has actually been very, very aggressive, in my opinion. Look, I'm a Republican, in a positive way. I think that I know that as I talk to folks in the community, it's their property taxes that are just brutal right now. You're talking to folks, big revaluations. Shelton saw one, Stratford saw one, Monroe saw one recently. So all our communities are seeing that, and especially for our seniors, they're seeing their houses increase in value 40, 50, 70%. And with that comes a tax increase.
And they want us, a lot of these people, Jason, want to downsize or use the money from their home to retire on. They can't sell. I mean, I've heard from real estate agents, naming a couple, 3 towns that are particularly bad, who have either lost sales or the seller has had to come down significantly, $20,000-$30,000, because the people go in there and say, hey, love your house, but your property taxes here are crazy. How can we ever fix that?
Well, what you can do, there's a couple of different things you can do. Personally, I'm a fan of state-funded tax abatements. So depending on your income level, you could be eligible for a partial abatement, which is basically a reduction of your property taxes.
Sure.
And I say state funded because you can't just cut one person's property taxes and expect it to go away, right? That gets transferred to somebody else. But if the state backfills it, then you don't see an increase in property taxes from anybody, for anybody else. So that's one approach, is those abatements for folks at certain income levels. The second, and most specifically for seniors, and it comes in times like this where we see these revaluations that are so aggressive. What we could do is actually freeze valuations for seniors, let's say over the age of 65, who've been in their house for, it's like a Homestead Act, right? If you've been in your house 5 or 10 years, you get your valuation frozen. So when you see that big jump in valuations, you don't see the big jump in taxes that a lot of our seniors have experienced this year. So those are 2 ways we can really get serious about property tax relief. But those are also very big policy changes that honestly just aren't really appropriate for a short session like this.
Yeah.
But they're important. So if we don't start the discussion now, we won't be teed up for next session when we can really start to do some of these things.
Absolutely. Shelton GOP State Senate member Jason Perillo. Jason, as always, we appreciate the time on the radio station. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, there you go. All righty, Jason Perillo there. Boy, wouldn't that be nice, huh? How about that? That's interesting. So if you're a senior, 65 or above, right, if your city or town does a revaluation, you're not affected by it. Now, again, what the naysayers to that will say, well, is that unfair? We've got to get the money from somewhere, to which Jason said it's kind of like a Homestead Act, so cities and towns can put in certain backloaded protections for you if you're not trying to flip houses here and save on taxes, but you've been in your house 5, 10, 15, 20 years. Maybe they could do it on a graduated rate as well. How about that? All righty. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Some volume now in West Haven, southbound Turnpike, also in Bridgeport. Heaviest coming past Westport's 18 through Norwalk, building volume in Stamford. Stop and go on the Parkway, Trumbull, Fairfield, just out of Westport, heading in through Norwalk. And delays westbound on 84, approaching exit 11. It's an overturned tractor trailer with a fuel spill. The backup begins in Southbury, and we have rubbernecking delays in Newtown, eastbound on 84. And Route 8 southbound, we got 2-car crash approaching the Commodore Hull Bridge just out of Derby, and we're seeing delays there. That is the left lane blocked. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
But here's the delicate dance when it comes to taxes and property taxes, and you folks all know this. Those of us who are property owners, and I own a high-rise condo. So because we are in a situation where, there's a lot of community stuff going on in my building, my property taxes are lower per se because I don't have a lot. It's a unit in a building, but you get nailed by the condo fees. So, yes, my town in Wallingford, the property taxes are relatively low. The mayor's had to inch them up a little bit over the past couple of years, but nothing catastrophic. And compared to other cities and towns, I'm like, wow. But then again, I'm also putting out for a condo fee, which again, and this is part of living. It is what it is. Our parking lots don't pave themselves. Don't plow themselves. In fact, we just had to do repaving a bunch of years ago. That was cool. Thankfully, hopefully we won't have to do it again for another 8 to 10 years, but I don't know, man, them special assessments. We have another special assessment now, but again, the buildings have to be maintained, lots have to be plowed and paved and fixed and repairs, grass has to be cut. So you're either going to get at one end or the other, right? You're either going to say, well, I've got all this land individually, plus the assessment on the house itself, so I'm paying A and B, whereas people like me who are in developments may be only paying A, but the B comes back and nabs you a little bit with the property taxes. But, yeah, I have an acquaintance of mine, a person I see from time to time, who does real estate on the side. And I remember asking her probably about 3 or 4 months ago, hey, how's business? What's going on? Slow time of the year, fall, heading into the winter, whatever. And I remember she told me, I said, how was this week? She said, well, yeah, not bad. I had one closing or something like that. And she told me, she says, and I lost a sale. I said, what happened? Oh, she said, I almost lost a sale. And I said, what happened? What town? She mentioned the town to me. I've said it before on the air, but it's just a town that's really struggling with property taxes now. And she said the seller had to, she said my seller had to come down like 20 or 25 grand because it was a scenario where, youngish couple, decent income, but they said, hey, can you come down? I mean, the taxes here, this is killer. And she did, and everybody walked away happy. There was they came down enough, she said, to cover the first maybe couple of years of property taxes and give the prospective buyers a chance to kind of, get up and get a head start in this whole thing. But again, here is the bottom line when it comes to property taxes. There's only one. Well, there's three things. Now that Jason mentioned what he mentioned this morning, you've only got a couple of three things conceivably that could help. Conceivably, right? Number one, you can get some sort of property tax relief from the state, compensating with state money. How that would work, who knows? Number two, you get age-related, probably just for seniors, as I know people that have moved to other states to retire and said, hey, this is great. Now that I'm X amount of years old, my property taxes can never be raised. Or it's 1% a year after so many years. But look, the biggest driver for property taxes is still how much your city or town spends. That it is what it is, as one of my old bosses used to say. Not a unique phrase, a lot of people do it, but it is what it is. So how many, and I'm not saying this should happen or should not, but how many, seriously, how many town or city firefighters, EMTs, first responders, public works people, uniformed police officers, support staff, teachers, whatever, how many of those people are going to say yes to not getting a raise? Because that's the easy, and I don't mean to be accusatory to those people. Hey, you look out for number one. Charity starts at home. I get all that. I'm all goody with that. But the biggest driver, and it's kind of the elephant in the room that nobody wants to really attack, because you can't in Connecticut. I've had people say, let the teachers go on. No, they can't. You can't do that in Connecticut. There's binding arbitration. So the end of contracts will always bring more money in the next contract. Okay, I get it. But the biggest driver, if you will, of raises in property taxes is how much your city or town spends. And a lot of people like that. A lot of people are half and half. A lot of people don't. The mayor, the first selectman, he or she, they spend too much money. Well, everything, it's the cycle of spending in America. Everything gets expensive. And I'm sure it happens somewhere, but when was the last time you saw a city or town, especially here in Connecticut, that said, hey, look at that, we cut the budget 3 or 4%? Doesn't happen. And I'm not saying budgeting is easy, but understand, they can talk about all the rebates they want. They can talk about all the special programs they want. They could figure this, that, and the other formula they want. But it still comes down to how much your city or town spends. If they want to spend more, they have to tax you more. It ain't rocket science. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, exit 12B, Route 34 Main Street. We have a crash. Left lane is blocked as you head into the Commodore Hull Bridge. So that is a slow go Route 8 southbound. 95 is stop and go through Bridgeport and Fairfield. Also Westport's 18 into Norwalk. Some volume now building in Stamford. Parkway, the heaviest coming out of Westport heading through Norwalk. And the 25A connector, too. Delays heading into the 95 merge. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The question isn't whether it's a good time to sell, it's will you miss your window?
That's Jonathan Carbuti of Carbuti & Company Realtors, my friend and real estate expert on the show. And I don't want you to miss your window, especially if you are even thinking about selling your home in the next 6 months to a year. That takes planning, not just to get your home ready for the market, but also figuring out where you're going to go next. It's one of many conversations John and his team at Carbuti & Company Realtors will have with you today.
Sit with a real estate broker professional, somebody who's experienced, who has reference points, and can really kind of advise you on what your options are, because I think people are very surprised once they sit down with us to find out what options are available.
And you can actually call or text Jonathan directly at 203-980-6886 or simply go to carbutirealestate.com. That's CARBUTTI realestate.com.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. Featuring a talented cast of 3 women, the music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625. WICC 600 and 95.9. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump isn't backing off threats to do serious damage if Iran doesn't meet his deadline of 8 p.m. Eastern tonight to reopen the Strait of Hormuz.
Every bridge in Iran will be decimated. Every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and never to be used again.
I'm Vicky Barker at the Foreign Desk in London. A top general in Iran has urged parents to send their children to manned checkpoints, which have been repeatedly targeted in the U.S.-Israeli airstrikes. And Iran's deputy sports minister has called on young people to form human chains at power plants across the country, following President Trump's latest threat to attack Iran's transport and energy infrastructure.
Israel has warned Iranians to stay off trains today. Tehran has rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposal, saying it wants to end the war permanently. Vice President Vance arrived in Budapest for a visit with Prime Minister Viktor Orban. who's trailing in the polls in his re-election bid.
The president loves you, and so do I, because you're such an important part of what has made Europe strong and prosperous.
Orban has been in power for 16 years. Parliamentary elections in Hungary are Sunday. Artemis 2 is on its way home after making history. The astronaut's earthbound after traveling further away from our planet than any humans have before, more than 252,000 miles. CBS's Mark Strassman is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
The entire flyby of the backside took about 7 hours or so. Today, the crew is in for some science, some manual flying, and some deserved downtime.
An appeals court has upheld a ban on LGBTQ plus topics and books in Iowa elementary schools. CBS's Michael Wallace.
The state law bans books containing specific sex acts from schools and restricts teachers from talking about LGBTQ plus topics in kindergarten through 6th grade. Teachers' unions, publishing houses, and LGBTQ plus advocates had successfully sued to block some aspects of the law, but this court decision vacates those rulings.
Michigan men have won their first NCAA title in 37 years, beating UConn 69-63. Coach Dusty May tells CBS Mornings.
It crept in my mind that UConn might just be a team of destiny after what they did against Duke, and then how it was playing out for us. But fortunately, our guys made big free throws down the stretch and held on.
Most outstanding player went to Elliot Cadeau, who delivered 19 points for the Wolverines. Average price of gas today, $4.14 a gallon. This is CBS News.
The stars shine brighter on CBS Morning.
This is a slam dunk.
So cute. Gail came in singing for me today.
On CBS Mornings.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This afternoon, the governor will hold a news conference to discuss his proposal to expand Connecticut's R&D tax credit for small businesses that are investing in innovation. The proposal will enhance an existing state program that encourages businesses to select Connecticut as the location to develop new and improved products, processes, and technologies while supporting the creation of good-paying jobs in growing sectors of the economy. It's currently under consideration by the General Assembly and is included in Section 5 of Senate Bill 84. The Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station issued a warning yesterday that tick activity is on the rise this year. Despite the snow and freezing temperatures of the past winter, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the CAES says that the tick population has remained unaffected.
Ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures.
The CAES is reporting higher than average amounts of deer ticks being submitted for testing, many of which have been confirmed to carry Lyme disease. Connecticut's also home to 3 invasive species, the Lone Star tick, Gulf Coast tick, and Longhorn tick, all of which can carry a variety of pathogens. Police have released video of a fatal shooting in Stratford this past Saturday. The video was captured from a neighbor's doorbell camera and shows a person getting into the driver's side of an SUV on Woodstock Avenue. Multiple gunshots can be heard before the person enters the SUV. The shooting resulted in the death of Paul Balzerano. Investigators say they've conducted 5 search warrants in connection to the case, but have not announced any arrests yet. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. And John, this time around, is brought to you by our friends at Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just honest, fair prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Got delays southbound on Route 8 as you head in towards the Commodore Hull Bridge. Crash blocking the left lane 12B, and that has got the traffic very slow through that area with that backup. It is slow going in Bridgeport on the Connecticut Turnpike right now. Also just past exit 17 in Saugatuck through Norwalk. Heavier volume in Stamford Parkway South, just out of Westport, heading towards Norwalk's Route 7 into New Canaan Avenue and also into New Canaan, the busy parts on the Parkway southbound. 84 westbound, Southbury to Newtown exit 11. Almost at a standstill. That is because of an overturned tractor trailer that happened earlier this morning, and there's a fuel spill involved. And also, we have eastbound rubbernecking delays there, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Hi, I'm Peter from Donut Delight. Donut Delight has used Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning since 1994. From installing plumbing in our new stores to maintaining our existing stores and our personal homes. Their guys have always been very professional and great to work with. Donut Delight has been very happy with Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning.
Looking for a reliable plumbing or HVAC company? Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC has proven customer satisfaction since 1974. Go to BassoPHAC.com. That's BassoPHAC.com.
This is where Easton starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, it is the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program hosted by the award-winning Melissa Sheketoff right here. Paul in for Melissa for the rest of the week. Great stuff here. I love doing this, dropping back to the mornings every so often. The alarm goes off a little earlier. See, when I do my regular show, there's no alarm. I just kind of roll out of bed, 9, 9:30, 10 o'clock, whatever. But this here, oh no, there are not one, not two, but 3 alarms. There just has to be. Ask anybody who works this shift in any sort of entertainment, not just radio, but the people who are in early in the newsrooms, at online stuff, newspapers. And even TV, all those morning TV people you watch, our friends on morning TV, they're like in work. If you're on doing a 4 a.m. show, you're probably there by 2 a.m. I used to work 2 to 10. That's an odd shift. I used to work 2 to 10, which means I would basically be in bed by 7:30 or 8 o'clock, and I would get up at 12:45. That's because it's not a full overnight, but it's not a full nighttime shift either. So as the clock goes. But anyway, good morning to all of you. Just to show you, and we ended up on the last segment here in the Melissa in the Morning program talking about something that Shelton GOP State Senator Jason Perillo had mentioned. They're trying to do more with property taxes here and give some people property tax, breaks here, how you would do that, especially older folks who don't want to keep paying the property tax on a fixed income, whatever. So I get this message at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And this kind of illustrates, I think, this ends up illustrating the opposition, the controversy to a lot of this stuff as to, for example, what people think of even, and again, this is just one opinion from one listener here. I thank him or her for the opinion here. But even trying to give some sort of break, some manner, if you will, of breaks here to folks who maybe want to pay a little less in property tax here. This is in reference to Jason Perillo. I get a message. This person messages me regularly, some entertaining stuff. Message says, is this guy, meaning Jason Perillo, this is not my opinion, this is just what one of the listeners thinks. Maybe he's a constituent of Mr. Perillo. I have no idea. Hey, is this guy that you're talking to right now nuts when he says the state will subsidize property taxes? Who the hell does he think does he think he is? That's us, meaning the state, he said. The state doesn't have any money. Technically, I'm saying that. That's taxpayer money. So either way, it's a kind of socialist, or it's kind of socialist, where everybody else is going to pretty much pitch in for the 2 or 3, whatever, how many localities in their taxes. All right. But, and again, I'm not saying I agree with that or I disagree with that or whatever, but there's just, that is, so that person, and listen, that person that texted me, technically you're right. And I say this to people who bring this up all the time. When you talk about the state, that person, he or she is correct. The state is you and I. Now, we elect people and entrust them with authority, or the authority, as it would be, to make decisions with the money that we give them. Not willingly. Here, have, what's the state income tax? 4, 5, 6%. Here, have 6% of my salary. Go right ahead. Why are you doing this? Because I want to. No, it's because we make you do that. But again, here is a person perfectly within their right to say, hey, wait a minute. This is a little socialist here, and this is how we parse words, that we're helping people. So, again, just an example there, and I'm sure for that person who messaged me, listen, there's an axiom in talk radio. There are factors of 10 and 100 and 1,000 that for each regular caller you hear, or for somebody's opinion on something online, or an email, or an actual phone caller, for somebody's opinion there, you can multiply that by the people, many of whom never even attempt to call a talk radio station, but they are nodding their heads, going, yeah, that person's right. Why should I help somebody with their property taxes? See, now, I would attack it from the backside of this, but you really can't. Again, the core issue with property taxes is how much your city or town spends. And listen, this is probably why there's so little action on revamping what they call the ESG here, the educational educational cost sharing, right? We talked about that on the afternoon show. You hear about that all the time. Almost every guest on this show that's talking education or state funding talks about the ECSG, the educational cost sharing grant. Basically, how much does the state give your city and or town, that you can use on your school system? And again, there have been people in business, in politics, in municipal authority, in education, saying for the past 12, 13 years, we have to redo this formula. Yet it never gets done. Why doesn't it get done? Because it'll raise a lot of people's taxes. What do you mean it'll raise taxes? Well, Paul, for some affluent areas, and many areas maybe not even affluent, if the state ends up giving a city or town less money, what happens? Less money for school. Hey, wait a minute. We were always getting this much here. Yeah, but we changed the educational cost sharing grant formula. And again, you've got to understand this, folks. This is all based on cost. It's all based on what your city or town spends. And it's a product of these new contracts. And I know everybody wants what they want, but it's a problem of these, or a product rather, of these new contracts that just get, 2% this year, 3%, 5%. Yes, we love our firefighters. We love our EMTs, our first responders, our police officers, men and women who do that. People in our city and town do stuff that you and I wouldn't dream of doing. But it's a major driver of property taxes. It just is. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 southbound, very slow, approaching the Commodore Hall Bridge. We have two-car crash. Delays now from Ansonia down to about exit 12B, so just be aware. Left lane is out through there. Slow going southbound in West Haven on the Connecticut Turnpike, Bridgeport, Norwalk, and also Stamford. A busy ride in Trumbull southbound on the Parkway, and from New Canaan Avenue in Norwalk through New Canaan, and 84 westbound at exit 11. Overturned tractor-trailer fuel spills Southbury to Newtown, very heavy. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This spring, all of us at WICC are here to bring you the live and local news you need daily. Melissa in the Morning wakes you up at 5 for Connecticut news updates and exclusive interviews. The Lisa Wexler Show starts at 10, where Lisa speaks her mind and wants to hear what's on yours. The latest local news headlines continue at noon on the Download with John and Chris. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli is live at 2 for the latest on your ride home. We're live and local all day, every day on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. Stamford's live and local news source for 100 years. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey there, and how are you? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Good morning to you and yours. It's Paul in for Melissa at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I'm just laughing at this text that I got here. Is this guy that you're talking to right now nuts? Just gotta love it. That's it. Just bottom line it. Let's just do that. Just ask. If Jason's listening, he's probably laughing. But yeah, the driver of what people have to turn over in taxes, or for anything, never mind taxes, from the hamburger you eat to the gas you put in your car, which will soon be $19 a gallon. $19.50. But maybe, hey, if it's going to be that high, can we get steak knives like we used to get when I was growing up? Can you imagine that? A gas station. John, you're not that old. You don't. Do you remember? You're not, man.
Paul, but I am struggling to see the line between steak knives and $19 gas.
Yeah, there you go. But, dude, I'm serious. When gas was I'm old enough to remember, as a lot of listeners are, when gas was, now you got to remember, people made a lot less back then.
Sure.
You know, a yearly income was $7,000, $8,000, $10,000.
Well, I mean, let's adjust that to inflation for someone making $35,000 a year
exactly.
right now, though. You know?
I mean, gas was 32 cents a gallon. And they begged you steak knives. When I was moving my mother to an assisted living facility, I found like 5 sets of gas station steak knives.
Really?
Yeah. Can you imagine the liability?
So they came with a gallon of gas? You'll have to forgive me. I'm 39 years old, so I remember like the $1.50 prices
That's
of the
not
90s.
bad. All right, yeah. You would go there. You would go there, and
I was pre-steak knife era.
And well, that was pre-self-serve too.
Okay.
So somebody would say, "Hey, how you doing? How much?" And as a guy or gal, you'd roll down the window. Give me 10 on number 2. Give me 10 regular, premium, whatever. And they'd hang you steak knives.
Wow.
Glass sets. I remember I had an NFL glass set. Giants, Jets, Patriots. Because they were doing any. And of course,
This is swag. This goes just beyond a regular, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I would spend, listen, if I'm going to spend $4, it's now national average $4.11.
Oh,
and I
it's
know this
higher.
because it's in my news this morning if you've been listening.
Yeah.
$4.11 nationally, $4.08 in Connecticut. And if you're going to charge me that, give me a New York Giants steak knife,
That's
man.
it. See, we got to get that going again. And we don't have time to get into this now.
No,
but
it's okay.
Ask somebody older who would know about this. And my listeners, I know are laughing. S&H green stamps.
You're going to have to write that down, but okay.
Okay, go do a little wiki look on that.
Okay.
But people furnish their kitchens by buying gas and getting these stamps they traded.
All right, man.
It was peak 60s and 70s.
All right.
All
Are
right.
we going to get some of those things now that we're all paying so much money? No.
No,
we're not.
No, we won't. We won't. We'll get gas station coffee. That's it. All right. You've got an update here on what, sir? Yes.
Well, so it's Health Equity Week
Yes.
up at the state legislature
Okay.
right now. And so there was a big press conference yesterday. Multiple legislators, including State Senator Matt Lesser, joined by healthcare advocates, joined by our own state comptroller, Sean Scanlon. And it really, what it was is to, advocate for people who are in need, to reach out to their local representatives about, increasing health care. But it's really all in the name of just pushing for these two bills, right? Both Senate bills. There's Senate Bill 3 and Senate Bill 496.
Okay.
Right? Now, if you've been following the session at all, you might be familiar with Senate Bill 3, right? This is the big one. This is the one that wants to create, ready for it, the Connecticut option.
Oh, yes.
You've heard about this?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, this, in short, establishes an affordable state health insurance program and a health insurance trust for low-income families.
Yeah.
So a better Husky, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Now, the big pushback on this, especially coming from state Republicans, is that it's not a long-term sustainable goal. And this isn't just, the right naysaying the left. We talked to State Senator Jason Perillo about this. And the problem is that after several years, is this thing still going to be able to pay for itself? Is this thing going to get so large?
Yeah,
Exactly. So many people using it that it becomes a massive part of the state budget. That is a long-term concern.
And what's the effect, too, for the Obamacare exchanges now where you still have that?
So this is what they want to do. There's subsidy mitigation included in Senate Bill 3 as well. So want to counteract all the federal cuts that we just saw from, what was it, H.R. 1. It was H.R. 1, right? The big, beautiful bill?
Yeah.
To healthcare premium subsidies. So they want to counteract those and continue funding them the way that the governor kept those going for, what was it? It wasn't Anthem Access Health CT. Excuse me.
That's the Obamacare.
Right, and that was at the beginning of this year. Also, hospital financial aid assistance. So we're enhancing programs for financial aid at hospitals, and that's where SB 496 comes in. But I want to play a clip, and actually, Eric, I asked Eric to pull this clip up. This is State Senator Matt Lesser just talking about the health disparities that exist now.
From where we are, you can just travel a couple of miles and see enormous differences in outcomes. 20-year gap in life expectancy because of the ability or inability to provide care for the people of the state.
Now, with that being at the Legislative Office Building, he's talking about Hartford, right? But you can extrapolate those same stats onto Stamford, onto Bridgeport, certainly, where you do. 20-year life expectancy gaps are kind of nuts.
Yeah.
Are a little bit nuts. So anyway, moving on, we've got, by the way, feel free to jump in here, Paul. I'm not up here on my soapbox.
No, it's all right.
I'm not trying to deliver a soliloquy.
No, absolutely. No, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Yes.
So SB 496, this is the other one that they're pushing, right? So this is an act concerning hospital uncompensated care. That's its official name.
Yep.
So expand financial aid programs. Now, here's the interesting thing. This would include provisions that would allow a participating hospital to provide care to an uninsured patient whose income is not exceeding 200% of the federal poverty limit. So basically a hospital is going to be able to take care of all the expenses for an uninsured person. And that person, so let's talk about the federal poverty limit, right? $15,960 annually, so $16,000 annually. That's the federal poverty limit.
Wow.
All right. So up to $32,000 a year. If you're making it would be twice, right?
Yeah.
And then for a family of four, that's $33,000 a year. So a person making $66,000 a year. The person who's declaring all the dependents does not have insurance, $66,000 a year. Now, I got to say, that number sounds high until you think about talking about gas prices, what $66,000 a year means in this economy with a family of 4.
No.
It's nowhere near enough.
And if that's pre-tax, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 proposals
All right.
that are on the table. That is Health Equity Week for you. And, if those things sound like a good idea, reach out to your local representative. Advocate for them.
Yeah. And, John, you know what? When it comes to health care, there's a question, and I always say this just in the few seconds we have, whether it's nationally or locally, the driver of all this is how much, and we love our health institutions. I've gotten great care, great doctors, whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But it's always a question of how much does that procedure or does that office visit or whatever, what does that all cost?
Right.
If nobody, and we're often, whether it's in D.C., whether it's one party or the other, nobody wants to go after, I think, the base question is that why does one hospital charge one price for this procedure and the other hospital 2 miles away charge?
Because the question, I think, Paul, to answer your question with another question is, it's not about what does this procedure cost.
Yeah.
It's what are they charging for?
Well,
it?
yeah,
and that's where the disparity lies.
Exactly.
That's
John Kamal, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Traffic
man.
and weather together on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Looks like they've cleared that earlier crash in Derby southbound on Route 8. We still have delays, though, heading out of Ansonia towards Shelton. Stop and go volume in West Haven on the Connecticut Turnpike. Also heavy in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford. Southbound on the Parkway. Some volume in Westport. It does get pretty busy, though, as you make your way from New Canaan Avenue in Norwalk to the New Canaan Rest area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, I'm Lori Molnar, Director of Development at the Bridgeport Rescue Mission. I'd like to invite you to our Inspiring Hope Luncheon on May 7th from 12 to 2 p.m. at the Patterson Club in Fairfield. Join us to support the mission's vital work, providing housing, hunger relief, health care, and recovery services to those in need. Our keynote speaker, NBA legend Chris Herron, will share his powerful story of resilience, recovery, and transformation. Together we can make a difference. Reserve your seat or sponsor a table today at bridgeportrescuemission.org.
When it comes to getting the guaranteed lowest price on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. And when it comes to getting more free services for life than anywhere else on Falcon tires, there's only one place to go, Town Fair Tire. So when you're in the market for the best deal on Falcon tires, get to Town Fair, because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And I mean absolutely nobody.
Name brands at discount prices, Town Fair Tire.
You can travel the country visiting colleges, or you can attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair. The largest college and career fair in Connecticut is Wednesday, April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater in Bridgeport. What's your next step after high school? Attend the Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair on April 22nd. It's free and open to all high school students and families. Presented by Chesla, Bigelow Tea, and Connoisseur Media. ctcollegefair.com.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The clock is ticking toward President Trump's 8 p.m. Eastern deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If Tehran doesn't respond, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges. The BBC's Lorna Gordon.
Iran has repeatedly, throughout this short conflict, said they will retaliate against its Gulf neighbors each and every time they are hit.
The Artemis II crew makes history, going farther into space than any other humans. Next up, CBS's Peter King.
The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members.
The Wolverines are the new men's NCAA champs.
I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but what a win. The first national championship since 1989.
Reporter Heath Kalb after Michigan beat UConn 69-63. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is withdrawing one of his nominees for a judgeship. He's pulling the nomination of John Shaben, who faced scrutiny during a committee hearing over a previous arrest for disturbing the peace. Shaben was also questioned about practicing law in New York after allowing his license to expire.
For the period of 2021 through 2024, was it? You were suspended from the practice of law in New York?
I don't think it was that long. I think it was about a year. It's what it affected. There was a notice that went out in 21 or 22, and truthfully, with the COVID closures, no one was quite sure what the exact span was. But there was, in fact, a time for almost a year where I was on administrative suspension.
Lamont had endorsed Shaben as one of 14 candidates for Superior Court judgeships that are being vetted by the state legislature. The Judiciary Committee postponed a vote on the nominees last week after questioning of two of the candidates, including Shaben, took longer than expected. The price of gasoline keeps rising as the U.S. war in Iran continues. The average price in Connecticut for a gallon of regular is $4.08, an increase of 15 cents from a week ago and 91 cents higher than a month ago. AAA reported the current national average is $4.11. A judge is declaring a mistrial in a murder case dating back to 1986. Mark Caron was accused of killing 11-year-old Kathy Flynn, and prosecution planned to rest their case today. Instead, Judge John Blowy granted the defense's motion for a mistrial before the jury entered the courtroom over a claim of possible evidence contamination. It's not a dismissal of the case, but Blowy said he didn't feel like he had a choice in the matter. A retrial status conference was set for September 1st. Protesters at Southern Connecticut State University are rallying against ICE. A group of protesters gathered yesterday to rally against the federal agency outside Boley Library after ICE detained nursing student Kayla Vasquez Zuniga of Ecuador on March 31st in Middletown. The Department of Homeland Security says Vasquez Zuniga entered the United States illegally in 2021 under a tourist visa that allowed her to stay in the country for 6 months. And the UConn Huskies have lost in the national championship game for the first time in school history. Michigan took down the Huskies in a physical game, 69-63 last night in Indianapolis. It was the third national championship appearance for UConn in the last 4 years, and the first time in 7 national championship appearances the school lost in the title game. Head coach Dan Hurley and forward Alex Caraban were part of all 3 of the history-making teams. It was the last game of Caraban's college career as he finishes as a 2-time NCAA champion, 6th on the program's all-time scoring list, and the winningest player in school history. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, John, thanks. Brought to you by Kitchen Corner in Fairfield. Visit Kitchen Corner in Fairfield, the headquarters for your cooking needs and entertaining essentials, offering expert knife sharpening. 203-374-1118. That's 203-374-1118 or kitchen-corner.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delays in West Haven, southbound Connecticut Turnpike, also heading all through Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford. Stop-and-go delays in Trumbull on the Parkway southbound. Coming out of Route 8, heading towards White Plains Road, and a slow ride into the New Canaan Rest area. Problem 84 westbound still there. Overturned tractor trailer, earlier fuel spill at about 5:30 this morning. and that is causing massive delays from Southbury into Newtown and rubbernecking delays eastbound, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Need the perfect flowers for any occasion? Trust Cityline Florists, Trumbull's local florist for 108 years and 4 generations. From birthdays to anniversaries to celebrations or just because, Cityline Florists delivers stunning high-quality flowers same day, anywhere in the country. Stop by their beautiful gift shop and greenhouse at 2978 Nichols Ave, Trumbull, or order online at citylineflorist.com. Cityline Florists, making life's moments bloom since 1918.
Ever notice that feeling your worst also seems to happen at the worst time in the worst places? Like sudden nausea at 9 p.m. when you're out of town. Really? Now? Fortunately, with Hartford Healthcare's HHC 24/7 app, you can get answers, diagnosis, prescriptions, even speak live with clinicians anytime, anywhere. So maybe there's never a good time to be sick, but at least the best care's always there. Download the app at your app store or hhc247.org.
Melissa in the Morning chats with career strategist and workplace expert Julie Bauke. It's Julie on the Job, now on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Yes. It's Paul for Melissa. Good morning. Back to open phones. More stuff coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. Julie Bauke is here. Julie, it's Paul. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. I'm great. How are you?
I've been doing very well, Julie. Life good for you? Things chugging along, I would assume?
Yeah, no complaints. I mean, Melissa and I normally talk about basketball, but I don't think we're going to do that.
Yeah,
sorry about that loss. Oh my gosh.
I was thinking about you during the tournament too, and said, should I taunt her? I said, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm just not going to do this. So
well. UConn has a record over the last several years to be very proud of. Very proud of.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Interesting here what you wanted to talk about today, because this is, I've been reading a lot on this. The Trump White House getting rid of college degree requirements for hundreds of federal jobs. That's kind of interesting. What do you think?
Yeah, I would say on the whole, I love it.
Yeah.
I think the idea is very much in line with where we're going, and I think it is a turn away from what has been true for decades, which is you have to have a college degree to get ahead. And they're saying, well, that may be true with some of our jobs. Like certainly, I want my civil engineers, my bridge builders, to have degrees, but is it true instead of painting all jobs with the broad brush that you must have a bachelor's degree or beyond, I think is short-sighted and foolish, because you're missing out on a lot of people who didn't have the opportunity to go to college but might be incredibly skilled. And so I think we have to be really careful here, though, because there are, and just really look at it in a systematic way, so that you are taking each job and saying, does this require a college degree, or does this just require a set of skills or qualifications that people can get on the job or get other ways? And so, like, this bachelor's degree has been a barrier to entry to a lot of jobs that really didn't need a bachelor's degree. And so I think there's a new look at this. I think it's a sign of what's happening, what's happening throughout the whole workplace, which is a positive in my opinion.
Julie, throughout the years you've been doing what you do with the Bauke Group and the career counseling and all this, have you seen or heard a lot of prospective people, both on the hiring side and on the job side, say, hey, especially people for looking for jobs, right? Who are looking for help, going to you and saying, hey, you know what? I'd really like to do this. Like, I studied this growing up, but like, I know I could do it, but I just don't want to go to college. I don't have the money.
Yeah.
I don't have the burning desire to do this, but I know I can do this job. Have you heard that?
Yes, absolutely. And it is so. And when you look at all the factors or all the levers that are pulling on this, one of them certainly is, as you mentioned, the crippling college debt that people have to undertake to get a degree. And so they're looking at it saying, this is not worth it, because we used to have this pipeline of go to high school, go to college, great job waiting for you, do it 40 years until you die.
Mm-hmm.
And there's so many things wrong with that, and we're starting to, part of what has started to break that down certainly is the cost of college and the debt and that goes along with it. And people are saying, I look at this and I say, I don't want to graduate from college with $100,000, $200,000 or more of debt that'll take me forever to pay back. And so then you've got this whole idea, colleges, I mean, and then you've got, when you look at another lever, you've got workplaces saying, well, wait a minute, the people coming out of college, they're not really any more prepared than people coming out of high school. And we're seeing, and I think Melissa and I talked about this, the unemployment rate for people in their 20s with and without college degrees are about the same, in the 9% percent. And so people start to question the value of college for certain interests. And, again, it's not everybody. I don't want my doctor or my surgeon to have an associate's degree.
Yeah, no, I got it.
But we have to apply some common sense and say, for this particular job, why do we need a degree? What is it, just because we've always required it? Or is there a real job-related reason for it?
Or, Julie Balke, I would think that there's also an advantage to some businesses in some fields, right, who would say, well, wait a minute, we're going to take this person or these people or for these jobs who didn't go to college, and we're not going to hold that against them because we can teach them on the job, kind of the idea of a trades apprenticeship. We can teach them how we want to teach them. So we, in that teaching, will give them an equivalent of a college degree for what we want them to do.
Yeah. So let's take an example. Let's say it's an entry-level purchasing analyst.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you're going to when you hire somebody to be in your purchasing department at a very entry level, and I'm sure the federal government has jobs with a similar title, yes, you certainly need to have some skills with math and the ability to understand accounting and contracts. So you have to be so just take as you've got to be able to understand contracts.
Sure.
You have to be able to have a certain level of skill with, or the ability to learn math and some finance kind of things. But to be a purchasing analyst, do you need an MBA or a bachelor's degree? Probably not.
Mm.
And so in that case, what you have to do is you have to develop a skills test and an interest test that gives people the chance to answer some questions that shows whether they have that proclivity. So for me, like, let's say I took an entry-level test for a purchasing analyst. I don't think I'd do very well. That's not my interest or my skill set. But so the more you can take that and say, okay, as long as you score this on a test and you've got some other stuff that are outside of a test, like the ability to communicate and get along with people, we're going to take a chance on you. Then you're 19 years old, 20 years old, and you're already starting to build wealth and experience. What's not to love about that?
No, you're right, because 19 years old, you got a lot of years ahead of you.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So you think, Julie, in about the minute we have left, is there any turning back on this now, or is this now the way to go with what we're seeing from at least the Trump White House? Now, we don't know what future White Houses are going to do, but has the corner been turned here, or are we still approaching the curve in the road?
I think the corner is being turned. I don't think next administrations will undo it, because I do think there's been bipartisan support for this kind of movement in the past. but there was funding issues. But to me, this is a duh. I mean, this is one of those where we have all these young people coming out, and when you look at all the factors playing in here, this just makes sense. I think our pendulum swung so far to a college degree as the holy grail that it's now starting to swing back to something that's a little more reasonable.
The Bauke Group, check it out. Julie Bauke, that's TheBauke Group, thebaukegroup.com. Julie on the job segment here. I'm Melissa in the morning. Hey, Julie, thanks. Be good, and we'll chat down the road. Appreciate the time. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, so listen. Got a 19, 18, 19, 20-year-old person who maybe, A, does not want to go to college for whatever reason. College is for, listen, we love, advanced degrees. You need college. You need med school. You need law school. You need engineering school. But for some people who don't want to take on the debt, but they say, hey, I can do this. I just need a company or people that'll come in and help me out. Interesting stuff. All right, traffic and weather together right here. WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Delays southbound Connecticut Turnpike in West Haven, also through Bridgeport, Norwalk, Stamford, stop and go, heavier ride in Trumbull southbound, right near Route 8 on the way to the mall exit. Little volume now in Westport on the Parkway, also heavy in Stamford, and delays Route 8 south as you head between Ansonia and Derby. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Once again, check it out. Julie Bauke, B-A-U-K-E, Julie Bauke in the Bauke Group. And again, yeah, it's the kind of thing now where a lot of people are saying, hey, so as much as we love colleges, do you really need them for everything? Now, obviously, the bachelor's and the master's and the doctorate degrees are fully necessary for, doctors, lawyers, mathematicians. I mean, your gut feeling tells you, yeah, I want my doctor, lawyer, engineer working on my home improvement, maybe company engineer for a home improvement company. I would have preferred they went to college. But we all know there are certain jobs, well, like Julie said, with a financial analyst. Now, that sounds grand, but depending upon what the business is and what they want that person to analyze, do they have to go to college? Interesting. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. On healthcare, John and I were talking about some healthcare initiatives going on at the state capitol. We got a person who sent me this message here. Hi, Paul. Nice to hear you in the morning. In regards to healthcare, I just wanted to throw a number out at you. A friend of mine, says this person, lost her husband who was in his late 70s 6 months ago. He was in a Dallas hospital, a well-known Dallas hospital, for 16 days until he passed in the ICU. And the bill just came in, and they have, I don't want to say which, because then there's a thing, well, why wouldn't they cover it? They have, I'll just say, a well-known, very large, franchised healthcare company. And the bill, she says, even, I guess, the bill, even with this coverage, was $242,000. As a nurse of 30 years, I talk to people all the time about medical bankruptcy because if we didn't have insurance, we would be stiffed for this bill. Her part of the bill to close the account will be around $2,000. This is a serious problem. So, and hospitals do this all the time, and I know we tend to, vent our anger at hospitals and healthcare centers and stuff, but it's this constant flow of money and people that want to get paid. I mean, listen, you've got to compensate people who are taking care of your health. You don't, with all due respect, I love nurses, but if I knew the nurse that was taking care of me had an attitude because she was PO'd that, she's working 12 or 16-hour shifts, going home and coming right back, and she's making, $38K, $40K, and I know nurses make more than that. But, yeah, there's a cost factor. And, yes, has it maybe it's not proven. I'm sure there are fabulous surgeons who make $100,000 a year, or a specialist who makes $200,000 a year. And I'm sure there are not fabulous medical professionals who make that kind of money. And I'm sure there are great surgeons who don't make $200,000 a year. They scrape by on a low level. I mean, we don't want the amount that somebody makes or what a hospital charges for a room or whatever, or what that new piece of imaging equipment costs to affect our health care. It's like I say with lawyers all the time. People love to, cry and itch and moan about lawyers, how much they pay, that lawyer's a shark, he's a dirtbag, he's no good. However, that's usually when he or she is not your lawyer. Because and I know a lot of you lawyers out there, paralegals, barristers, you're all nodding, aren't you? That makes me laugh when people dump on lawyers. And now, listen, if a lawyer is unethical, we get it, we understand it, and everybody in the city or town generally knows which lawyers fit into certain categories. I get it, I understand it. But when it comes to lawyers, or in a hospital setting, doctors, nurses, or even other stuff that we spend money on, our dentists, they graduate with an amazing. I saw the average dentist graduates with, $280,000. It's crazy. Dental school is crazy expensive. But I digress. So we tend to complain about costs and all this sort of stuff when it doesn't directly affect us. But when it affects us, we want the best of the best of the best, and that's okay. But this person's message to me is interesting. As a nurse of 30 years, I talk to people all the time about medical bankruptcy because if we didn't have insurance, we'd be stiffed for the bill. Her part of the bill to close the account out will be around $2,000. Not too bad to get rid of potentially $250,000 in debt. And you wonder now if some hospital pricing, right, is getting to be, because I hear this from people who work in the healthcare field all the time. You wonder if some of this hospital pricing is sort of kind of like the suggested retail price on a vehicle or on a car or on a minivan or something like that. Yeah, well, I love this car, but $28,000 is too much. Yeah, you won't pay $28,000 for it. You're going to pay, whatever. So I don't know what the answer is to this, because remember, by and large, and one of the things I think that we do improperly is when we say we have a health care crisis in this country. No, the health care, people come from around the world for our health care. Now, are mistakes made? Are things misdiagnosed? Are there malpractice, scenarios here. Yes, I get it. I understand it. But I don't think we have a health care problem per se. I think we have a health insurance problem. I think we have a health care cost problem. I think we have a health care market problem. But be careful criticizing the people that actually give you your care. Because I think by and large, a lot of them are pretty good and pretty dedicated. There are bad apples everywhere. We know that. Traffic and weather together right here. Coming up, we will take a closer look at what's going on Artemis 2. And what about this talk about what could happen tonight after 8 o'clock in Iran? And would those attacks being contemplated by the Trump White House be an actual war crime? We'll talk about that coming up right here. It's Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It's a slow go as you head between Stratford, exit 30, and also into Bridgeport's 26. Very heavy ride, Westport, Sherwood Island 18 towards Norwalk, and a slower ride in Stamford, too. We're dealing with delays southbound on the Parkway, stop and go, Trumbull, Fairfield, also in New Canaan, and 84 westbound, exit 11, 2 lanes out. That's an overturned tractor-trailer. Big backup. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Come see and hear Horizons of the Water. It's the Greater Bridgeport Symphony conducted by Maestro Eduardo Leandro on Saturday, April 11th, 7:30 p.m. at the Klein in Bridgeport. Tchaikovsky's Fifth Symphony is a deluge of sound. Cruise the River Moldau and experience Akio's Percussion Concerto. Tickets $21 to $72. Get tickets now at gbs.org. Kids under 19 are free. Call 203-576-0263 for this special offer. That's gbs.org.
Shopping Anyway connects those who ask, how can I help? With those who say, here's what we need. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Always know what your favorite cause needs. Download the app at shoppinganyway.com. And nonprofits, please join us on Thursday, April 30th from 8 to 10 a.m. at our host, Connoisseur Media in Milford, for a free event, Stronger Together, a nonprofit resource open house. Register at brbc.org or milfordct.com. Shopping Anyway, because a lot of people helping a little helps a lot.
You're listening to WICC.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump has made his harshest threat yet to Iran as the deadline he set for tonight to reopen the Strait of Hormuz approaches. He's posted to Truth Social a, quote, whole civilization will die, never to be brought back again. if Tehran doesn't capitulate. Vice President Vance spoke in Budapest.
The president doesn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That's why we're negotiating so aggressively.
More from correspondent Elizabeth Palmer in Tel Aviv.
Pro-regime media were broadcasting appeals for so-called patriots to form human shields around the power stations. And it's likely that some of the, regime supporters will do that later on today. But most people, millions and millions of whom can't stand their government, are just trying to survive.
Iranian media is reporting U.S.-Israeli strikes have hit the key oil export terminal Karg Island. U.S. oil prices have jumped more than 2%. Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who's facing an uphill re-election battle, says he's grateful for today's visit from Vice President Vance.
The United States of America is the strongest country in the world, and I'm happy to say that they are our allies today.
He spoke through an interpreter. Police in the Bahamas are searching for an American named Lynette Hooker, who disappeared while she and her husband were on a boat ride. CBS's Christian Benavides.
The couple was traveling from Hopetown to Elbow Key on the Abaco Islands aboard an 8-foot hard-bottom dinghy Saturday night. Her husband says she fell over and was carried away by strong currents, likely caused by bad weather.
What do you do when you've just made history by looping the far side of the moon? CBS's Peter King has the answer for the Artemis II crew.
This is expected to be an easier day for the crew. The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members. They're also supposed to make a mid-course correction. Although the flight path out was so good, some of those planned rocket firings weren't needed.
The nonpartisan American Enterprise Institute finds more people are joining the ranks of the upper middlers. CBS's Jesse Mitchell.
Defined by individuals making between $77,000 and $230,000, or families earning between $108,000 and $516,000, depending on household size. Census data shows about 31% of U.S. households could now be considered upper middle class.
Breaking news, the British government's just blocked Kanye West from performing at a music festival there. This is CBS News.
Join Adriana Diaz and Kelly O'Grady for the perfect start to your weekend. Ease into your Saturday with CBS Saturday Morning on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There's a difference between liking a house and actually getting it. Redfin is built to make up that difference and close the gap between finding and owning the home for you. Redfin agents close twice as many deals as other agents, so when you find a home you love, you're not a step behind when it's time to make an offer. That means less watching great homes disappear and more focus on the ones you'll actually move into and call home. Redfin helps turn saved listings into real addresses. Get started at redfin.com. Own the dream.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolaid spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
This afternoon, the governor will hold a news conference to discuss his proposal to expand Connecticut's R&D tax credit for small businesses that are investing in innovation. The proposal will enhance an existing state program that encourages businesses to select Connecticut as the location to develop new and improved products, processes, and technologies while supporting the creation of good-paying jobs in growing sectors of the economy. It's currently under consideration by the General Assembly and is included in Section 5 of Senate Bill 84. The Connecticut Agricultural Experiment Station issued a warning yesterday that tick activity is on the rise this year. Despite the snow and freezing temperatures of the past winter, Dr. Phil Armstrong from the CAES says that the tick population has remained unaffected.
Ticks and mosquitoes that we have here in the Northeast are adapted to the cold winter temperatures.
The CAES is reporting higher than average amounts of deer ticks being submitted for testing, many of which have been confirmed to carry Lyme disease. Connecticut's also home to 3 invasive species, the Lone Star tick, Gulf Coast tick, and Longhorn tick, all of which can carry a variety of pathogens. Police have released video of a fatal shooting in Stratford this past Saturday. The video was captured from a neighbor's doorbell camera and shows a person getting into the driver's side of an SUV on Woodstock Avenue. Multiple gunshots can be heard before the person enters the SUV. The shooting resulted in the death of Paul Balzerano. Investigators say they've conducted 5 search warrants in connection to the case, but have not announced any arrests yet. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Thank you, John. John's News this time around on the Melissa in the Morning program, brought to you by Bridgelight Financial Advisors. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you've saved with Bridgelight Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Check them out. Learn more at bridgelightadvisors.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Looks like they finally cleared that earlier tractor trailer that was overturned. 84 westbound exit 11 in Newtown. Still have delays, residual delays behind that, but it is going to improve soon there in Newtown coming from Southbury. We're also looking at a heavy ride this morning. Connecticut Turnpike, Stratford to Bridgeport. Westport's 18 into Norwalk, 9 to exit 6 in Stamford on the Turnpike, and then a stop-and-go slow ride through Trumbull and New Canaan on the Parkway. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Center Stage Theater in Shelton brings the dynamic musical review Jerry's Girls to its stage April 10th through 19th. Featuring a talented cast of 3 women, the music of Jerry Herman from Broadway classics Hello Dolly, Mame, La Cage aux Folles, and Mac and Mabel is brought to life. This show is a romp through the magic of Herman's classics. Enjoy high-quality entertainment close to home at one of Connecticut's most beloved community theaters. Visit centerstagetheater.org for tickets and more about the 2026 season.
During my 20s, I lost and gained weight several times, and now I've been left with some facial and necklines that I just don't like. But instead of using makeup to cover it up or getting injections or even surgery to correct the problem, I learned about SoftWave at Derm Medical in Wilton. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and this is an ultrasound energy that triggers a healing response to boost collagen and help your skin become firmer, smoother, and more lifted over time. Go to dermmedical.org/softwave to book your appointment today.
This is where Weston starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. 9:08, 8 past 9. We'll get back to open phones momentarily. It's Paul for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program right here on WICC. Some pretty harsh-sounding threats coming out of the White House. I'm sure there'll be reaction to that and more from our Connecticut congressional delegation, if it already hasn't happened. Coming up to parse all this on a couple of fronts, gentlemen I enjoy having on in the afternoon from time to time, Dr. Jeff McCausland. He's a retired U.S. Army colonel, formerly served as the Dean of Academics at the Army War College, and is a great military analyst for CBS News. Colonel McCausland, good morning, sir. How are you?
Paul, doing well. It's great to be with you.
Thank you, Colonel. Always love the time. A couple of things here, Colonel. Before we go into the threats here that the White House is saying, some saying this is really bad, others saying it's negotiating, you folks at CBS sent out a step-by-step memo, I guess, from the Pentagon as to how the rescue operation, Colonel, was handled to that down flyer, and he was rescued, thankfully, over the weekend. I'm reading that, and my jaw is dropping. Talk a little about that operation. What a magnificent outcome by the U.S. military.
Yeah, it was extraordinary and proves, again, the professionalism, I think, of the U.S. military, number one, and number two, a basic value of the U.S. military that no one is going to be left behind on the battlefield. But, Paul, it was really 3 rescue operations, not even one. We rescued the pilot of that particular aircraft that was shot down almost immediately. Helicopters went in. There was some exchange of fire. Some people on that helicopter were, in fact, wounded, not seriously, and they got him out. And then, of course, an A-10 pilot that had dropped down to provide surveillance of where the pilots had gone down, and also perhaps provides close support if there was an immediate rescue. His aircraft was also damaged. He managed to nurse it back and bail out into Kuwait, and he was recovered. And then last but not least, of course, this amazing story of the weapons systems officer. who basically, I would argue, followed the training that every pilot gets. And that is called SIRI, and it stands for survival. He certainly did that. He managed to get out of his aircraft, get on the ground, injured, but treated his wounds. Then he managed to evade capture by the Iranians by moving up onto a ridgeline, some 7,000 feet, hiding out in a crevice while communicating with a transponder and a radio. Then, of course, there was resistance, the R and all that. And that was provided by up to 150 aircraft that went in on the rescue operation. Part of them were actually a diversion to convince the Iranians that actually there were other locations where he might be, complemented by a CIA disinformation campaign that urged them to do searches where he wasn't. And then actually, last but not least, the escape, and that is going down the ground and actually picking him up. In the course of that, 2 C-130s were stuck on the ground. They had to be blown in place. 3 more C-130s brought in, and he was evacuated while exchanging fire and reported with the Iranian forces that were trying to get him. He was injured but will recover. But an amazing operation overall. And, at the end of the day, we lost somewhere around 5 or 6 aircraft, had a couple people get wounded. But you can repair aircraft, and it appears all those wounded will recover. We just don't leave anybody behind.
Excellent. The couple of minutes we have left here, Colonel, and the guest is Colonel Jeff McCausland, CBS News. The White House saber-rattling again. The president saying he's going to destroy bridges and power plants. A lot of people say, hey, you can't do that. Those aren't military facilities. You do that, it is a war crime. Your thoughts?
Well, a real possibility that is true. And, in past, we've had presidents conduct strikes in these kind of situations, which they were later accused of being war crimes because the target selected was largely a civilian target. And that's the basic argument. If you talk about an energy plant, for example, is it providing power to a factory that makes baby food, or is it providing power to a factory that makes missiles? Well, obviously, the latter case would be a military target. So there's that question of proportionality. Some things are pretty clear, and the president has threatened, for example, to strike desalinization plants. Well, it's pretty hard to make a desalinization plant into anything but a civilian target. And it is unusual, even though, as I suggested, presidents have done this and then been accused after the fact. This is the first time we've had a president, frankly, publicly and with a lot of profanity and vulgarity, frankly, also threatening to do targets which many would construe to be war crimes.
Finally, Colonel, do you think that the Iran, I know they're talking tough, but from what you know and what your contacts may tell you, is Iran having second thoughts here, you think, or are they really dug in?
It's been unclear and difficult to ascertain for a number of reasons. One, their public face is going to be defiant. That's a negotiating tactic, number one. That's for their domestic consumption, number two. At the same time, it's unclear if the chain of command is operable in Iran. The president even alluded to the fact it's difficult to negotiate because we've not only killed off a number of the leaders, but we've disrupted the chain of command. Difficult for them to communicate because if you're communicating directly or in your meeting, you're liable to be targeted. So it's a little bit unclear what how that's going for the Iranians. But one thing is clear, and that is whereas we're talking about perhaps a ceasefire for up to 45 days, the Iranians are talking about an end to the conflict. And the one thing they want now, more than I think anything else, is for the conflict to end and some assurances that this 45 days is just not going to be time for the Israelis as well as the United States to kind of restock and recommit. And they want the conclusion of this particular conflict to be regional. So they want this to also mean an end to hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, perhaps the Israelis and the Houthis, making it a bit more complicated because of the number of players affected by any negotiation.
Retired U.S. Army Colonel Dr. Jeff McCausland, formerly serving as the Dean of Academics at the U.S. Army War College. Colonel, thank you for the time. We appreciate it. Take care, sir.
Take care, Paul.
All right, there you go. There you go. So, good guy. I've had him out in the afternoon. You just can tell he is very, very well versed, and obviously is a retired U.S. Army Colonel, a doctorate there, and he formerly served as Dean of Academics at the U.S. Army War College. Open phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Yeah, if you read, in fact, I think I still have it here. If you read about the process to get this downed airman over the weekend. And as Colonel McCausland said there, the motto of the U.S. military, and you veterans out there, you men and women who served, I'm not saying anything you don't know, they never leave anyone behind. They just never do. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow coming out of Stratford into Bridgeport, southbound on the Turnpike, also past Sherwood Island into Norwalk. A lot of volume Stamford just past Norotan on the way into exit 6. We're seeing delays on the Parkway in Trumbull and also Route 8 now as you head in towards Shelton's Commodore Hull Bridge area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
You wanted a new and improved way to experience voiceofct.com, and now you have it. We've totally revamped our website, and it looks better on your smartphone than ever before. Voiceofct.com. You can still stream all of your favorite WICC local talk shows, listen to podcasts, find out about local events, sign up for our email newsletter, and it's easier to use than ever. It's the best way to stay informed in Fairfield County. Just bookmark us, voiceofct.com. It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
With the deadline approaching tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, still no signs of a deal between the United States and Iran to avoid President Trump's threat of bombing bridges and civilian infrastructure, including power plants. Stocks are down on the day as a result. To start the morning, the Dow futures down a little more than 100 points. We're seeing modest declines in the futures so far, but we are seeing an uptick in oil prices, which are up more than $2 to $114.58 the barrel. Brent crude in London up 63 cents at $110 in change, while interest rates are also ticking a touch higher. The yield on the 10-year note approaching 4.35%, while the dollar is flat against key foreign currencies. So all eyes are on Iran, 8 o'clock deadline tonight, although there's been some talk of missiles being exchanged between Israel and Iran already, and explosions being heard on Karg Island, which is the loading platform for Iranian oil. Those are published reports out this morning. We're also going to get some inflation data later this week, which may include the recent spike in oil prices, but for now, all eyes on 8 o'clock tonight.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code ACTIVE for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ACTIVE for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's ACTIVE.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Seymour's live and local news source for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
All right, thanks again to Colonel Jeff McCausland there, CBS. Coming up, I want to go to the phones here in just a second, though. Coming up, I've got, and CBS has sent this out to all its affiliates. I've got a list of everything that was done to rescue that downed pilot over the weekend. This will make your head spin. Just thinking, pardon me, of the logistics and the aircraft and the people. Unbelievable. I'll get to that momentarily. Dottie in Bridgeport. Dottie, good morning. How are you?
Paul, thank you for having the Colonel on. Mm-hmm. I'm not well, Paul. They say it's a virus. It's a cousin to COVID.
Really?
Okay?
Okay.
This is my 4th week, and I have another friend.
Oh.
She said, Dottie, after the 4th week, because you think you're going to get better, and you do,
Yeah.
and then it comes back.
Oh, wow.
The fever, the chills.
Oh.
Anyway, but I called Paul
Yeah.
because I know you have a big. I met Melissa. You know where I met her at? Black Rock Congregational
Okay.
Church.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Catholic like you are,
Okay.
but I'm ecumenical,
Okay.
meaning Cosma was Protestant and we're Lutheran on the Hungarian side.
Okay.
On Mako, M-A-C-O, and we knew Father, the priest that all the poor people in Bridgeport had a Father Panic who really loved them.
Oh, yeah.
And it used to be a garden apartment, waiting list, Paul. But the reason I called, I want to tell your audience that you and I, because I also went to Catholic school, I learned from the nuns. This is the time we pray.
Yeah.
And we just celebrated, God bless us all, Passover with our Jewish friends. And Melissa's ecumenical like I am. And just like I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat.
Sure.
I am actually because I live in Bridgeport.
Yeah.
If I wasn't registered as a Democrat, then I would have no voice.
Oh,
I try to be a
exactly.
Republican.
Yeah.
I came from Fairfield.
Not anymore.
Paul, all I did was cross over Park Avenue.
There you go.
First call I got was from my insurance man.
Yeah.
He said, Dottie, I got bad news. You know your car, it's going to cost you a lot more money.
Oh, yeah.
You bought the condo for only $55,000.
Wow.
You put in another $5,000, Paul, so $60,000. And the condo now is worth $200,000. Put it into Fairfield. Cross it over Park Avenue.
And?
It would be probably $750,000, maybe more. The little house that my father built is now $1 million.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing?
I was a realtor. He said, Dottie, it can't be worth $200,000. Before he died, Daddy, he said, tell me, $350,000. Talked to my brother recently. Not
It's $1
one
million.
house on the street
It's $1 million.
is under $1 million.
Yeah, I mean, Dottie,
these are little starter houses, 1,500 square feet, Paul.
That
my
is
condo,
nuts.
Paul, 700. Guess what my taxes were? $4,000. All the neighbors. I went to a meeting with the mayor, our current mayor. He knows me. I've helped him by using my voice to get people to vote. To get people to vote. Anyway, the reason I'm calling, if ever we should be praying, I got the rosaries in the pocketbook.
Okay.
If ever we should visit church, everybody go to church tonight. And if you can't, I'm maybe not going to be able to go to church because I've got the virus. Okay.
Yeah.
Pray right in your home. The Protestants say to me, "You pray in your home, Dottie." And what do all the grandmothers and you're not a grandfather yet, I don't think.
No.
But if you were, and even if you aren't, you're a dad. You're going to pray for your kids.
Sure.
Because this is the moment.
Yeah.
We have a president who, and I respect him because for one reason. I know what he's doing. I used to negotiate. This was part of my persona.
Yeah.
He's negotiating,
Let's
Paul.
hope. He's
He's not acting like a president. He's acting like a negotiator.
Hey, Dottie, I do have to scoot.
I know you have to go. Just everybody pray.
Yeah.
Because after,
good
if
idea.
you think he's kidding, guys, I don't think he's really bluffing.
well.
Not completely. Not completely. Sure, there's a bluff on both sides.
All right.
This is the real thing.
Yep.
This is the moment, Paul.
We'll see what happens.
And thank you for. I was in the Air Force with my husband.
Oh, really?
God bless them.
Yeah.
Oh, during the Vietnam War.
Well, I want you to.
Vietnam War.
I
we
want
were
you.
on Pease Air Force Base.
I want you to.
Nobody on your list. On the other, I lived in the house, guys, that was shaking when all the B-52 bombers.
Oh my God.
We were playing war. You know what I said to Ed?
What?
I said, when it's the real thing, Ed, you put me in the trunk of the car. You get me off. I'm 24 years old,
Yeah.
Ed. I don't want to be on the base by myself.
No. Well, listen,
And
Dottie.
tonight, you're not going to be by yourself.
All right,
Paul.
and Dottie,
We'll
thank
all
you,
pray.
and take care, of yourself with that virus. Yeah, I've heard about that virus, and what she said, it's related to COVID, but kind of isn't COVID itself. So Dottie mentioned her time on a military base and experience with the Air Force. Get this now, folks. We'll take this into news. Actually, you know what? I don't want to run through this. I looked at the clock. Great call there by Dottie. Yeah, she's right. Little prayer never hurts. Doesn't matter who you pray to. because in the end, we're going to find out it's all one deity, I think. But, all right, so when we come back, I will give you how the roadmap to how the U.S. was able to rescue somebody they didn't want to leave behind. All that and more coming up right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound New Haven, we have a two-car crash. That is stop-and-go traffic now between exit 44, Kimberly Avenue, at the accident scene at Long Wharf 46. So that's the northbound side of 95. Southbound, very heavy, coming out of Stratford through Bridgeport, Westport to Norwalk, slow volume in Stamford, and delays in Trumbull in Westport and New Canaan southbound on the Parkway. They've set up construction. Left lane is out. Exit 21. As you make your way on Route 8 southbound Derby Avenue. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It was like the leading thought in my mind all day, every day, morning, night, because you eat, talking to people, you're not smiling because maybe you're embarrassed. I was.
Can you relate to my friend Steven? I know I could. He's talking about how insecure he was for so many years about his smile. And if this is something you worry about, can I tell you about my friend Dr. Philip DeJesus? 3 years ago, I went to see Dr. D because I had bottom teeth that bothered me, and it would hold me back from smiling and feeling the most confident I could. But that's when he suggested Invisalign for me. For Stephen Perry, he suggested Highbridge. And there are so many other options on the table when it comes to fixing your smile and feeling better about yourself. There are patients here in Connecticut who want natural, comfortable options to restore their confidence and their smile, but they didn't know where to start until they called Dr. Philip DeJesus, just like I did. Check out DeJesusDental.com today. Schedule your free consultation at DeJesusDental.com.
Prepare lab for prize loading. $50, $100, $250, and $500 top prizes added.
The new loaded scratch tickets from the Connecticut Lottery are loaded with so many prizes, you'd think they were built in a lab and engineered for serious cash.
Maximum prizes loaded.
Play today. Overall odds, $50 loaded, 1 in 5.51. $100 loaded, 1 in 5.31. $250 loaded, 1 in 4.80. $500 loaded, 1 in 4.41. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, 888-789-7777.
The Milford Children's Trout Derby at the Milford Duck Ponds is Saturday, May 2nd from 6 to 9:30 a.m. on both the upper and lower ponds. Enjoy a great day of fishing. Open to all children, 15 and under, no registration required, and free entry. Prizes for largest brook, brown, golden, and rainbow trouts. The Milford Striped Bass Club and the Devon Rotary invite you to the 58th Annual Children's Trout Derby, May 2nd at the Milford Duck Ponds. Join the community. Search Children's Trout Derby Milford CT on Facebook.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. The clock is ticking toward President Trump's 8 p.m. Eastern deadline for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. If Tehran doesn't respond, he's threatening to blow up power plants and bridges. The BBC's Lorna Gordon.
Iran has repeatedly, throughout this short conflict, said they will retaliate against its Gulf neighbors each and every time they are hit.
The Artemis II crew makes history, going farther into space than any other humans. Next up, CBS's Peter King.
The astronauts have a half-hour conference planned with the lunar science team to talk about their flyby of the moon, then some downtime for exercise and time to talk with family members.
The Wolverines are the new men's NCAA champs.
I don't even know if you can hear me right now, but what a win. The first national championship since 1989.
Reporter Heath Kalb after Michigan beat UConn 69-63. CBS News Brief. I'm Deborah Rodriguez.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Governor Ned Lamont is withdrawing one of his nominees for a judgeship. He's pulling the nomination of John Shaben, who faced scrutiny during a committee hearing over a previous arrest for disturbing the peace. Chabin was also questioned about practicing law in New York after allowing his license to expire.
For the period of 2021 through 2024, was it? You were suspended from the practice of law in New York?
I don't think it was that long. I think it was about a year. It's what it affected. There was a notice that went out in 21 or 22, and truthfully, with the COVID closures, no one was quite sure what the exact span was, but there was in fact a time for almost a year where I was on administrative suspension.
Lamont had endorsed Chabin as one of 14 candidates for Superior Court judgeships that are being vetted by the state legislature. The Judiciary Committee postponed a vote on the nominees last week after questioning of two of the candidates, including Chabin, took longer than expected. The price of gasoline keeps rising as the U.S. war in Iran continues. The average price in Connecticut for a gallon of regular is $4.08, an increase of 15 cents from a week ago and 91 cents higher than a month ago. AAA reported the current national average is $4.11. A judge is declaring a mistrial in a murder case dating back to 1986. Mark Caron was accused of killing 11-year-old Kathy Flynn, and prosecution planned to rest their case today. Instead, Judge John Blowy granted the defense's motion for a mistrial before the jury entered the courtroom over a claim of possible evidence contamination. It's not a dismissal of the case, but Blowy said he didn't feel like he had a choice in the matter. A retrial status conference was set for September 1st. Protesters at Southern Connecticut State University are rallying against ICE. A group of protesters gathered yesterday to rally against the federal agency outside Boley Library after ICE detained nursing student Kayla Vasquez Zuniga of Ecuador on March 31st in Middletown. The Department of Homeland Security says Vasquez Zuniga entered the United States illegally in 2021 under a tourist visa that allowed her to stay in the country for 6 months. And the UConn Huskies have lost in the national championship game for the first time in school history. Michigan took down the Huskies in a physical game, 69-63 last night in Indianapolis. It was the third national championship appearance for UConn in the last 4 years, and the first time in 7 national championship appearances the school lost in the title game. Head coach Dan Hurley and forward Alex Karaban were part of all 3 of the history-making teams. It was the last game of Karaban's college career as he finishes as a 2-time NCAA champion, 6th on the program's all-time scoring list, and the winningest player in school history. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are, John. Brought to you this time around by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Check them out. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
We have a multi-car crash northbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. It's approaching exit 46 in Long Wharf around Sergeant Drive. Backup begins in Milford and very heavy delays too. So the 3 right lanes are out through that area. Squeeze over to the left. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, we're seeing delays in Bridgeport, also Norwalk and Stamford. Route 8 southbound, they've set up road work in Seymour. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny through this afternoon. There may be a shower later in the afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Recently, a lot of new law firms have been showing up here in Connecticut. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up for the people of this state for more than 85 years. When our neighbors are injured, we fight to get them the results they deserve. Because we're from here. We know the people, the court system, investigators, medical specialists, and we have a track record of delivering for our clients. If you get hurt, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at TrantoloLaw.com. That's TrantoloLaw.com.
Is your DIY security not giving you the security you need? For the next level of security, call Trumbull-based Property Protection Consulting. PPC can use your existing system or install a new system. Floodlights, cameras, and security devices working in concert. All from one simple app for smart home and business security tailored to your needs and lifestyle. Get a complimentary assessment. Go to ppcalarms.com. Book your complimentary assessment. ppcalarms.com. They get 5-star reviews for a reason.
Some people reach a line and stop. Some hit a wall and turn around. Then there are the ones who cross the line. Climb the wall, face obstacles, and turn them to their advantage. That's where we come in. We're the next rodeo. We design bold marketing that drives real growth. A creative partner for businesses ready to push forward beyond what's expected. The Next Rodeo. Learn more at thenextrodeo.com.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
She gives you every side of the story. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
Another new big luxury apartment complex opening in Connecticut. We'll give you the numbers here, square footage, and prices here on the rents. And again, it's not crazy, but it'll just show you where the market is. Coming up to close out the show, we'll have an update from CBS and a look at what's going on Artemis 2. Again, a lot of Connecticut-based companies here helping that Artemis 2 and helping NASA achieve the missions. Off of what Colonel Jeff McCausland was saying earlier about how the military never leaves anybody behind. We know that. And I don't have to say that to you men and women, you guys and gals who are either active duty military, who are retired military, or have kids or sons or grandsons or granddaughters wearing the uniform. Now, this is how it went down over the weekend when that airman was found, as they say, behind enemy lines and airlifted out of Iran. Now, get this. Now, this is what the military does for one person. One person. The U.S. scrambled a massive clandestine and fighting force to rescue a weapons systems officer who had to eject from a fighter jet over Iran last week. Eventually, now for one person, and I'm not saying you shouldn't go, oh, no, don't get mad at me. I'm saying that this is amazing. They sent more than 150 aircraft into the area in a race to find the Air Force colonel as the search stretched from hours into days. 12 fighter jets were urgently dispatched to pick up the two crew members of the F-15 Strike Eagle, whose call sign was Dude 44, after it was hit by a surface-to-air missile. The plane went down just before 10 p.m. Eastern on Thursday night. In the hours shortly after the F-15E went down, get this, the operation included 12 fighter jets, 5 rescue planes, 4 aircraft whose job was to jam enemy communications and do intelligence and recon, and several teams in the region, Navy SEALs, Air Force Special Ops, Army Special Ops, search and rescue, and combat medics. The pilot was rescued. By Saturday, the Pentagon had surged more than 150 planes to rescue the weapons systems officer. The call sign there was Dude 44B. The air power to find this one officer included 64 fighter jets, 4 bombers, 48 refuelers, and 13 rescue planes, and 26 other intelligence and jamming aircraft. Oh, my God. Did you hear those numbers? 64 fighter jets, 4 bombers, 48 refueling aircraft, 13 rescue planes, 26 intelligence and jamming aircraft. And they got them. More than 200 munitions were used to rescue the weapons systems officer. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. And what do the colonels say? The guy was hiding. He had hiked up 7,000 feet. He had hiked a mile up. So I guess that's what they want you to do, get to the high ground, which I guess allows a helicopter to go in and with plenty of air cover and even some ground cover. I'm sure there was ground cover there where they knew who he was. And they fanned out and provided cover. Wow, that's right out of a Tom Clancy novel right there. So let it never be said, let it never even be alluded to that the U.S., despite what, it has nothing to do with your politics. But the U.S. has the greatest and best military in the world and contributes to it. Real expensive, that stuff, when it gets shot down or breaks, it's millions and tens and hundreds of millions of dollars. But I think most people would say if that stuff is used to find someone, that's a good use there. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Not to mention the notion that there was the CIA had started running some false, running some false traffic or whatever to, try and fool the Iranians there. I'll tell you, it is the one thing about this whole Iran situation. You want to say teachable moment. You want to say, I don't know, a side product of this is that, and again, whether you agree with what's happening in Iran or not, whether you're not worried about 8 o'clock tonight or whether you are much worried about it, it sends a message. And it sends a message to China. It sends a message to Russia. Now, the Russians are not sitting there and not doing anything. Putin very not too quietly is hanging out and, helping Iran there. There's a shock, too, right? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If you're just joining us, couple of things in the news. Of course, UConn losing last night, 69-63 to Michigan. The Wolverines' first title since 89. And listen, Michigan was just about, and again, stop and think. And I know there are a lot of long faces with the UConn women having lost and the other day and the men losing last night. It just, when this stuff happens, you just got to remember, it's hard to win championships. Whether it's your kids or your grandkids' T-ball league, whether it's, Little League or high school, D1, D2, D3, College of the Pros. Everybody thinks they have a shot, and I guess technically they do, but it's hard to win championships. The one thing, before we go to a break here and get an update on Artemis 2, I'll tell you something. Gino Auriemma taking a pounding in the media yesterday, in the sports media. The forgiveness most sports media people said was, hey, you know what? He lost it for a second, the shouting, but to not include Dawn Staley in the apology, there's something there we're not hearing about. Maybe things were said over the years. Who knows? All right, traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Northbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, multi-car crash at 46. This is Long Wharf, very heavy backup now. Past the Milford Rest area. 3 left lanes are blocked. Stop and go in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and Stamford on the Turnpike. Also pretty busy in Westport now on the Merritt Parkway. And they set up road work southbound in Seymour. Emergency road work now at Exit 11 in Newtown. Scene of that overturned tractor trailer and fuel spill earlier this morning. And that has got the road 1 lane blocked. So there you have it, another slow ride as you approach Newtown. Sponsored by RD Cinto. If you move your office to an RD Cinto property, you could be in the health club right now. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Partly sunny with a shower later this afternoon with a high near 50. Clearing this evening and overnight with a low near 30. Sunny on Wednesday with a high in the upper 40s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Do you truly understand the impact of taxes on your retirement savings? Would you like to keep more of your hard-earned money? Attend Bridge Life Financial's Taxes in Retirement event, April 21st and 23rd at El Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click bridgelightadvisors.com and register.
This is Bill Levitt, President of Bridge Life Financial Advisors. We'll show you real tax savings on your savings.
Come to our next event at El Palio in Shelton. Register today at bridgelightadvisors.com. bridgelightadvisors.com.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 695.9.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
The Southern Connecticut College and Career Fair, presented by Chesla and Bigelow Tea, is April 22nd at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater, Bridgeport. Info at ctcollegefair.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey there, polling for Melissa at 9:47. Boy, I don't want to trade jobs with too many people, but this guy would be one. CBS News space consultant correspondent for decades, Bill Harwood, joins us. Hey, Bill, good morning. How are you, sir?
No, good morning. Glad to be with you.
Bill, this is great, man. You're talking to a guy who grew up at the tail end of the Gemini program. So this is, yeah, Bill. I mean, I am soaking this in, and I think this is really good for the country and for NASA. What do you think?
It's certainly good for NASA. It's a big step toward their long-range goal of landing astronauts back on the moon in 2028. This is a test flight. They were proving the vehicle can safely carry astronauts. They've done that. So. Well, I say that the mission's not over yet, but it's been very good so far. So I think it's a big thing. I think it's a good thing for NASA. And if you think America needs to go back to the moon, and that's something you have to have an opinion about, it's a good thing for America in that sense.
Yeah, Bill, let me ask you that. What do you hear from people who say, hey, Bill, why are we doing this? I'm seeing this online like, we did it a bunch of times in the 60s and 70s. Why do we continue to do this?
Well, it's technology development, and we're in a bit of a race with the Chinese. They're wanting to put their people on the moon by 2030. NASA wants to get there first. It's more of a national pride sort of thing. And, I think it's all of that, plus just technology development and, leading the world in space. That's the goal.
And, Bill, finally, I know people, even back to the original days of Mercury and Gemini and Apollo, they always talked about the the money that could be used somewhere else in the NASA budget, which is not all that big. But I got to tell you, isn't this sort of stuff a job creator? I mean, here in Connecticut, we have like 30 or 40 companies that have NASA contracts.
Yeah, that's for sure. It definitely creates jobs, no question about that. But I don't think that's the real driving factor here. I think it's more a case of proving America still has the right stuff, if you will. And that's, it's been, think about it like this. If you're under 53 years old, you were never alive when people were walking on the moon. It's a new thing to you. And I think that's important to the national objective.
Interesting. Bill Harwood, CBS News. Bill, thank you, my friend. Appreciate the time. Take care.
Hey, my pleasure. You take care.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it. Yeah, think about it. What did he say, 53? If you're 53 years old or under, you weren't around when. Is that right? Yeah. That you were. Yeah. Let me see. 69, 89. That's 72. Let's see. 72. There's 28 till 2000. 28 and 20 to 54. Yeah. There you go. All right. Bill Harwood there, CBS News, covering the space program. Would you do that? I would do that in a heartbeat. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. If by some measure NASA or SpaceX or Blue Origins, that's the Amazon company, if you had the opportunity, would you do? Now, I'm not talking about a Mars thing, but if you could spend at no cost to you, at no cost to you, they'd say, hey, we put you through the training. It'd be a couple of days in space, but you will have to go through 2 or 3 years of training. You meet the age requirements. You meet the medical requirements. You meet you'll fit in the capsule or the spacecraft or whatever. Would you do it? I would do it in a heartbeat. Now, I know some people that say, no way. I'm not a no way, but I don't know. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That would be something that would just fascinate me. Now, if you're claustrophobic, I guess you don't want to do that. If you get a little itchy and antsy, which I know some people do say in a commercial jet, even though they're actually kind of big when you think about it, the cubic footage and all that. But I'm guessing if you're claustrophobic and you have a fear of heights and you have anxiety and OCD, maybe the space program isn't for you. But think about this, as Artemis is now back on the way to the Earth, splashed down, I guess, sometime early in another 2.5 days or so. In the Pacific, they're splashing, I think. So ask yourselves, as we talk about it and talk about the Connecticut companies involved here and all that, would you be able to do there now? So it'll take them from the time they left till the time, knock on wood, hopefully they get back. Remember, re-entry's a little dicey. Plus, they're going to change the angle here. So there was some question about the heat shield, which has to face down for all the ablation and the burning up in the atmosphere to protect the astronauts. But 10 days. So could you survive in a spacecraft that's about the interior, how do they categorize it? The interior cubic volume of 2 minivans. Now, You don't really see minivans. You really don't. I mean, they're out there, but it's all SUVs now, right? And remember, it was the attack of the minivan a couple of 2 or 3 decades ago, and people say, "Oh, we can't have this. They burn too much gas," and families love them, and moms and dads love them. You got to schlep kids to practice back and forth. No big problem there. So when you hear about the Artemis crew, there's 4 of them there. And the space, now there's stuff that folds away too, which is what they do in minivans too when they think about it. So see, they took a cue from the auto industry. But there's 4 crew members. And you've basically asked yourselves, could you survive with 3 other people? And if you have a minivan, or you look next door at the neighbor's minivan, and maybe they have a Toyota Sienna or whatever the minivans VW makes. I guess most companies still make one, right? But they're not as all over the place as they used to be. And say to yourself, start this conversation with somebody, with 3 of your friends. So get 4 together and say, you see my minivan, if we double that, could we survive 10 days in there? It's not like the Mercury capsules or Gemini. Now, Gemini, here's one that's frightening. The late Frank Borman and the late Jim Lovell, and Jim Lovell was on Apollo 13 and all that. They were in a Gemini capsule to test long-term endurance for 14 days. In the interior of, the questions now, like, how did they do this? Well, imagine yourself. I'll leave you with this, because as spacious as the Artemis 2 is, listen to this. Gemini capsule, Frank Borman, Jim Lovell, side by side for 14 days, right? 14 days. They couldn't stand up. They didn't open the hatch, obviously. At the time, the interior volume was compared to that of a very popular car at the time. I don't even know if they make it anymore. The VW Bug, the Beetle. Could you do it for 14 days? 14 days. Imagine sitting next to somebody for 14 days. And you can't stand up. You're sitting and your legs are they're not even like sitting as you would at a chair. You're kind of in a lounger recliner position. And you're sitting in the equivalent of a VW Bug from like 1967, air-cooled engine. Remember those? Could you do it for 14 days? Now, remember, there are still things you have to tend to as Mother and Father Nature. Why? By the way, Mother Nature, where's Father Nature? Why do we never hear about the dad? Is Father Nature an absentee dad? I don't know. But think about that. Eric, the producer, thank you. John on news. Norm on traffic, Paul Bjork on the weather, and me with you. Folks, it's been fun. We're back tomorrow, 5 a.m.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. We're proud to offer high-quality, rechargeable hearing aids starting at just $98. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and hear the difference today by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys
attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-466-9625. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-466-9625.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour.